All right, everybody. Is this working? Yeah. We'll go ahead and get started. First of all, I wanted to thank Federico and Durst for our lunches. So give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Extra.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And there are some extras out there. So if any, they should be right out here. I think they moved them down. They moved them out here. If any of the members didn't get any, or any of the staff here, if you guys didn't get any, please go out there and get some. Real quick, just on update on Troy, or Representative Waymaster. He should be back here later on. In fact, I think he may be on his way. He had an altercation with a gate. He was working cattle yesterday, and I believe he was either opening or closing the gate, and the cow came back and just about took his finger off. So anyway, he was in surgery last night to reattach the finger, and so he said this morning he was actually feeling pretty good, but he was going to pick up some pain medicine and then head up here. So we'll see. Yeah. So him and Adam Thomas can console each other together, I guess. So so he will be here later this afternoon. I also need to request an introduction for the reconciliation bill. It is 23 RS 2139. It's moved. Is there a second? Second by Representative Kincannon. All those in favor say aye. All right. Bill is introduced. All right, committee, what we are going to do is you should have the tan sheet. We are going to start at the beginning, the Senate starting in the middle, so some of our staff can go back and forth. The plan is to go through this, and Jill, just to make sure, we either have to, if we don't adopt it, then it doesn't go in. If we do adopt it, it does go in. Is that okay? Okay, so if we want to adopt it, we'll need to make a motion to adopt it. If we don't want to adopt it, we just leave it as it is. So we're going to start at the very beginning, and Megan is going to start us off. And I think that some of these. So if I understand right, some of them are bills that haven't been or have been done. Some of them are GBAs, and then I believe that the vetoes are also in here too, right? Okay, so Megan, let's go ahead and get started.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be starting with KDHE Division of Health on page 1. So as the chairman said, we'll go through the bills that have been vetoed, items that the committee left for consideration at omnibus, any bills that have passed that have a fiscal impact for the agencies, and then any GBAs. So the first item on KDHE, page 1, is House Bill 2264. This is amending the Women's Right to Know Act. This has been vetoed. However, if the veto is overridden, the agency requests $21,250 SGF in fiscal year 23 to ensure compliance when the bill becomes effective. And for fiscal year 24, an additional 1.0 FTE position and $85,000 SGF for salaries and wages, administrative and printing costs.
All right, committee. Is there any discussion on this particular one? So I would just preface that I'm sure that if not all, most of these vetoes we're going to see on the floor. So if we could do this two different ways. We could wait until the vetoes are either done or not done, or we could go ahead and fund them in the thought that the veto is overruled, then they would be funded. Otherwise, it'd be not funded. So, Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been 2 weeks. I get it, man. Well, probably, yeah.
Let's get this.
All right, question I have here. Don't worry, we'll be overriding this thing, and that's fine, but I'm curious about the funding request here, particularly the FTE position. We're talking about putting up posters or notifications of some sort. Why are we, what do we need another staff person for to do that? I'm not, I get the 21,000, we've got to print them. Okay, that's fine. Why do we need a staff person in perpetuity for this? Did you get any information on that one?
I don't have, but I can easily get that so I can find out and get back to the committee.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to echo that. There is no reason to have a staff member. If somebody gave me the notice information, I could put that on Canva in 30 minutes and have something ready and prepared one time. And in terms of enforcement, how many total employees do we have with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment? And we're to assume that there's not one employee that can spend a few hours a week making sure that questions are answered related to this notification. So I would not want to fund a position. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we don't adopt this and then we override the veto, will that add any funding, or do we need to add the funding minus the FTE person?
Right, you could. That's what you'd have to do is add the funding. Now, it appears to me that the 21,000 for SGF in 23 is probably, it could be like printing and stuff like that. The 85,000, I would say, is directly to the one person.
It says for some.
Yeah, so, however we want to do it, we could do just the 21,000 and not do the other. Representative Williams.
Okay, so take us back, if you would. When does this take effect? Does it statute book or register, or, I mean, is it July 1 or is it when it's printed in the register? Because the 23,000, that makes a difference.
Megan?
I would have to look at the bill for that. I'm not sure when it becomes effective.
Okay, Jill's going to look. Okay, it's July 1.
So if it's July 1, why would we need 23,000 for fiscal year 23? Make it 24, then that would be, do you want a motion for that?
Yes, I do.
I would move that we fund the 21,250 for fiscal year 2024 rather than 23.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Representative Landwehr. Any discussion? It's Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how many facilities are we talking about? Nobody knows?
I don't remember. Megan, do you have any idea? No, I don't know.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion passes. All right. Next is Senate Bill 2344.
So Senate sub for House Bill 2344. This establishes child care licensing requirements relating to capacity and staff-to-child ratios. This also has been vetoed. If the veto is overridden, the agency requests an appropriation of $477,500 SGF in fiscal year 24. That is because the bill eliminates the annual licensure fees for child care settings. And so these are expenditures that the agency would need to fund through other means when those licensure fees are eliminated.
All right. Any discussion on this particular $477,500? Representative Landwehr.
Okay, but if this was vetoed, there's no funding needed, correct?
Right. This is in anticipation if the veto is overturned. So if the veto is not overturned, the money would be lapsed. Otherwise, it would be spent if we want to put it in.
I don't think, yep.
All right. Seeing. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. We're not putting it in. We'll go on to the next one.
All right, item C, the House wanted to review the addition of 20 million SGF for hospitals to compensate for the care of uninsured patients for fiscal year 2024. This was a recommendation from the Social Service Budget Committee that the House Appropriations moved to review at omnibus. In addition to that information, the committee wanted to review information about existing funding streams that exist for hospitals to pay for uncompensated care and the impact of the rural emergency hospital designation on hospital funding. I have some brief summary underneath. The Kansas Hospital Association, in a survey that they send out to hospitals, estimates that Kansas hospitals provide approximately $1.3 billion in uncompensated care each year. Of this $1.3 billion, DSH payments, which is Medicaid disproportionate share hospital payments, cover about 7%, and uncompensated care costs, or UCC pool payments, cover approximately 3%. That leaves approximately 90%, or $1.2 billion, in unreimbursed costs. The Medicaid DSH payments are the largest funding stream that's available for uncompensated care, and the hospitals received approximately $91.1 million all funds in DSH allotments in fiscal year 23. This is a mix of federal funds and SGF, as well as other state match. The UCC pool payments, that's part of the HCAP program, and these payments are capped at $41 million all funds. Again, it's a mix of SGF and federal funds. And these funds are distributed to hospitals that have more uncompensated care costs than the amount of funds that they receive from DSH. On the next page, I have some brief information about the rural emergency hospital designation. This is a Medicare provider type that allows small rural hospitals to forego inpatient services, provide only outpatient and emergency services, have no more than 50 beds, and if they meet these conditions, they can receive Medicare payments for providing outpatient and emergency services. These hospitals receive an additional 5% rate increase for outpatient services through Medicare, as well as a monthly facility payment of $272,866. That was for calendar year 2023. This item is not included in House Bill 2184.
All right, Megan, when you say this item, are you talking about the REH or the 20 million?
The 20 million.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, okay. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go on.
Item number D is to review the increase in the governor's recommendation of 92.5 FTE positions. This is above the agency's fiscal year 2023 approved budget. In addition, the committee wanted to review the impact of the end of the public health emergency and the agency's FTE count. This was a House committee item that House Appropriations wanted to review at omnibus. Some information that I have is that the increased number of FTE positions is largely due to some federal workforce development grants that the agency has received. The agency is that KDHE Health is divided into three main entities: public health, healthcare finance, which houses the Medicaid administration, and then administration. The majority of these positions are in either public health or administration, and these are all federally funded. The agency also requested 11 FTE positions in the Division of Healthcare Finance. These are in the presumptive eligibility program and will be stationed around the state. They are funded through a 50-50 state and federal match. None of the positions that the agency has requested of these 92.5 are affiliated with the current public health emergency, nor will they be impacted with the phasing out of the public health emergency.
All right, any discussion? Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify on this one, the governor's budget for 24 increases the total FTE count of the state government by 92.5 FTEs. Is that correct?
So these are grants that the agency received between when they submitted their budget, or when their original budget was approved, and then when they submitted their revised 23. So between that time, the agency received these federal funds for these programs and have requested the FTEs to fill those.
Okay, so this isn't our global conversation over the increase in FTEs that we were going to have throughout state agencies. Is that correct?
No, it isn't.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
So then, when the federal funding's gone, these FTEs go away, is that correct?
These federal funds are unrelated to the public health emergency, and I know that these grants are, I'm pretty sure they're expected to continue for several years out, but the agency has been, they've always reported to me that any federal funding that is lost, those positions are expected to be terminated, or those people will fill vacant positions. Or
So is there any SGF on any of this? Or it's all federal money?
the 11 FTE positions, those were part of an enhancement request, and there was the SGF on that.
Okay, so what are these 11 positions in the Division of Healthcare Finance? What do they do?
10 of them are in the presumptive eligibility program. These are hospitals and clinics across the state that are able to do Medicaid eligibility on site. And these are positions that will help fill that need that's been an increasing need throughout the state. And then there's one that's associated with the HCAP program and rural hospital funding. And I do have an additional handout that I can hand out that has a little more information.
Had Jill open up that door, maybe get some more air in here. It's a little warm. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. All right, Megan, you want to go ahead and talk about this handout?
Sure. The top table there just shows the differences in the approved amount, the 2023 approved amount, and the 2023 governor's recommendation for the three divisions that make up KDHE Health. One other item to note is that 92.5, that includes a duplicate of 11 FTE positions. These were positions that the agency asked for in the enhancement. They were added in the agency's base request, and then also added as part of the governor's recommendation in the enhancement request. So that count is artificially high. The next two paragraphs largely are what I provided earlier. And then the table below is a breakdown by the agency divisions. So you can see the different agency FTEs that are in administration, public health, and healthcare finance.
Representative Landwehr.
So if we do nothing on D, these enhancements don't, these FTEs don't happen?
All of the FTE positions are currently in the budget.
Say that again, Megan, because these were not in the 2184.
They are included in 2184. The review at Omnibus was to keep them in, or not pull them, but then to review.
Oh, so they are in 2184?
They are in 2184.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to go to Representative Corbett, then I'll come back.
Thank you, Chairman. As you get probably tired of me saying this, but, you know.
Mic on.
It's on now. So right now, we're 49th out of 50th for the most government employees per capita. If we could just get a few more hired between now and the end of the week, we might be number one. Thanks.
All right, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my concern is, as I look at this, we don't really know. We have a breakdown, administrative, 1933, public health, but it's so vague. And I remember prior to coming up to the legislature, because of so much federal money out there, there were Kansas Department of Health and Environment employees, staffers that were making calls to all of our districts, to residents, and they were just collecting data, kind of like social emotional learning data. They wanted to know sexual preferences and things on the whole gamut of controversial topics. And I inquired with KSD, why are you doing this? And they said it was federal money. It was a grant. So I'm not sure that without more information that's really a good use of money. So I would say I make a motion that we don't fund these or don't include.
There's a second by Representative Landwehr. Representative Helgerson.
These were all recommended by the subcommittee and the full appropriation committee, correct?
Correct. The Social Service Budget Committee did not do anything. They left all of these in the budget, in the recommendations. House Appropriations did not remove them, but wanted to review them at Omnibus.
But they're in the budget right now, which was approved and passed by the House.
Correct. They are currently, these positions, the federal funds that fund the public health positions is currently in 2184.
I guess I'm asking the subcommittee then, what's the ramifications if the FTEs are not put in?
Chairman Mason.
Thank you. There were some of us who had kind of a private conversation about this. I visited with Megan about the FTEs and the dollars. I had concerns for that. The only thing I really ascertained is what you're hearing now is it is federal dollars. I don't think there are ramifications if we don't put them in.
Representative Helgerson.
Does the work get done? And I don't know what these grants are.
Okay, all right. Okay, let him talk.
Thank you. Usually I don't have that problem. I guess my question is, I didn't review them. I don't think I voted for the report. What do these grants do? Are they all passed through to the locals or some other entity to provide the staffing? Or is this going to be federal money that just comes into the state and we don't spend it?
Well, I actually think Megan could answer that better than I.
Okay.
The agency I've reached out to the agency for that information and they're working on it. So I would expect to get that soon. The information that I have right now is for these public health grants. They're largely workforce development. They're not associated with the COVID pandemic or public health emergency. These are federal grants that went to, I believe they said that they went to all states. And as with any federal grants, would have requirements around work that needs to be done and FTEs. But I can get that. I will reach back out to the agency for that information.
Well, is the noise quit? I don't think they could hear over there because of that noise. Why don't we open this door here? Yeah. Yeah.
They're just for show here.
Okay, where were we? Okay, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we didn't want to act on that right now, I would say that we don't have the grants listed, so we can't make a decision. We could just do all or nothing, but if there are good ones in there, I'm sure this committee would love to know that. But I think that because we don't know the different grants, we don't know the total number of grants we're dealing with, do we? And that would be great if we had the list so we would know the number of FTEs associated with each grant and what their purpose is. Because I think there may be a lot of grants out there that are not really adding benefit, but could be a detraction or a loss to our state, not in a benefit. Thank you.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, we saw this during the initial budget, and I think it was probably wise that we wanted to get more information before we let the ink dry on that thing. So here we are reviewing it omnibus, and guess what? We've been given no additional information. To my way of thinking, that makes this decision real easy.
Representative Ballard.
I'm not sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure we asked the department to give us additional information at the time, because a lot of times they apply for grants and we don't know what they're actually applying for. But we didn't ask for it. But I think to just eliminate it, not knowing what you are eliminating, that could be very beneficial to us. It's making our federal dollars work for us, and it may be programs that we really need at this point. So I think if we ask for information now, I don't remember us asking for information.
I don't think that the motion eliminates the money. It just is eliminating the FTEs. Is that correct? Yeah. Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could be wrong, but it seems to me when we had this discussion that much of the conversation centered on the need to remove now we're hearing now 85,000 people off of Medicaid. And
No, that's emergency. Excuse me.
What?
Yeah, I think this is something
Oh,
different.
that was 96 people.
Yeah, this is something different.
But we didn't have this list, so we do have something that we didn't have before. So and as far as whether there's somebody making phone calls, we get a lot of phone calls that aren't from who we think they are, but it might be good information for our agencies to have the public knowledge of what the public thinks of things that are going on, especially with all the debate and laws that are being passed in this country. I think if that's what happened, I don't know. I didn't get that call, but if that happened, maybe we need that information so we know how to deal with things that are coming up. Why would that be a bad thing to ask those questions? Nobody has to answer them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Representative Landwehr.
Well, if I understand it correctly, this was to be reviewed, so I don't know what part of review somebody didn't understand. You said that they do have the request and they're gathering the information, correct?
Correct.
So the agency knew. So I would say at this time, Mr. Chairman, so we go ahead, we remove this, and perhaps they'll have it to us before we finish up this budget later today. So that would be to stick with the original motion that Representative Williams made.
Okay. Representative Helgerson. Okay. Representative Ballard.
Need a clarification, and that was, I heard you say remove the FTEs, right? Okay, now the interesting thing is when you remove FTEs, they have to then go through being reallocated again so that it fits. So if you're leaving the money, but you don't have the positions to fulfill because they have to go back and put them there, then we're still not being able to take advantage of it.
Or they use existing employees. Yeah.
Well, you're assuming there's a lot of vacants.
Representative Landwehr, and then I'll come back to you.
Well, Representative Ballard, they have the opportunity before we finish this budget to come back and give us that detailed information. They've had at least a couple of weeks to get that together, so that's what we're asking for. Because I get where you're coming from, and I understand that, and I respect that. bring the information, and we're not saying we won't add those back or add at least part of them back with the detailed information so the agency can get it to us, because there's no ink done on this yet.
Okay, Representative Ballard.
And if that be the case, may I then request that they provide that information before we close this session?
I will be in contact with them.
This budget, excuse me.
And I would say within tomorrow. Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I think this was part of the concern back, when we were really looking at this. Out of the 1,219.2 FTEs, my recollection is quite a few of those are not filled currently. Am I correct in saying that?
I don't have the vacancy rate in front of me, but I can get that.
One more time.
I don't have the vacancy rate, the agency's vacancy rate, but I can find that.
Is it safe to say that it's not completely filled?
I know the agency does have vacant positions.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
Just to recap a couple things then. Were they requested to give us additional information for the omnibus, or did we just simply say that we're going to bring it up in omnibus?
The information that was requested is what was in the bold sentence. I reached out to the agency and they did provide all of these counts to me and the different, the way that the 92.5 added up in the different divisions. I believe they're working on information about the specific grants, so I can reach back out to them for that.
All right, thank you.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm a department head or a secretary and I hear that some portion of my budget or my FTEs are being held up to be reviewed, I think we can safely assume that means I need to get some information if this is important to me. I don't think we need to write it in crayon to say we need additional information and this is exactly what we need and this is the date we need it by. I think that's ridiculous. They knew exactly that we were reviewing this at Omnibus. That information's not here. We're reviewing it. The decision is very clear. It's been made for us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other discussion? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. I think if I heard her correctly, you mentioned that they provided some of that information, but it may not have been as specifically as we needed, but they did provide information. What we're saying now to be more specific.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the Williams Amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment passes. All right. Okay. Representative Land, when did you guys need to leave? Okay. So they have to leave to go to meet with the speaker on education. So we're going to change up just a little bit how we're doing this. We're going to go ahead and review these, but we will come back to vote on them later. So. Unless we as a whole, unless there's no discussion, then we'll go on. But so number E.
Item E is to consider the addition of $9 million to issue a request for proposal to select a vendor to provide continuous monitoring of Medicaid eligibility. This was a conference committee item from House Bill 2184 that was pushed to review at Omnibus. The conference committee discussed appropriating the Continuous Monitoring Data Assets Fund, adding $9 million SGF to that fund, and adding language to require KDHE to issue a request for proposal for a system to continuously monitor data from third-party data providers. KDHE reports that it currently monitors each of the eligibility data points that are included in the language. However, not all are monitored on a continuous basis. There's some information about the contracts that KDHE currently has to monitor these data points. And the agency estimates that their current annual expenditures for eligibility data sources is $6.6 million all funds. This item is not included or funded in 2184.
All right, and I'll just bring a little bit of, this was brought to us, it was brought to the chairman and I during discussion. We decided to bring it here instead of adding it into the conference committee report. But my understanding is that Equifax is one example. The KDHE does use Equifax to do some eligibility. What this $9 million would do is to put out another RFP to go with a company. It could be Equifax, but it could be another company that does the same thing, that would continuously monitor that. So as someone, you know, as their needs change, Equifax and a lot of those monitoring systems know pretty fast whether or not your income has gone up or down and different things like that. And this would constantly be sending information to KDHE on eligibility of people in Medicaid. Other states have done this, and it has saved quite a bit because people are it's found quicker that people aren't eligible going forward instead of just reviews every once in a while. So that's why this was been brought forward. So, Representative Helgerson.
This item was brought forward in conference committee at the last minute to the six of us. It never passed the House, never passed a subcommittee, never passed anyone in the Senate. It was a last-minute proposal. We do have a contract for some services with Equifax. But the problem with this is this proposal was that they needed it in order to deal with the changing population in the Medicaid rolls. Well, you're not putting this into effect until July 1, and then you're going to go to an RFP, and that's going to take it far past the point where they're already in the process of reevaluating who's on Medicaid. So when this contract goes into effect, the agency has already started and gone through a lot of the redo of who's supposed to be on Medicaid and who's not. I also asked the agency, do you need this? No, they don't need this. One of the reasons they said was because this may provide immediate data, but we have a policy that has been in effect for many, many years that eligibility stays for 12 months. You're not going to cut somebody off every month. You keep the family on for a 12-month period because you want to give them the continuity. This is $9 million that we don't need to spend now, and the agency doesn't think they need to spend it. So that's why I objected to it in conference committee, and I object to it now.
Any other discussion? All right. If we were going to make a motion, would there be anyone that would make a motion on this? Or is this something that we don't want to? Okay, we'll go on. All right, letter F.
All right, item F is House Bill 2024. This is the Child Abuse Review and Evaluation, or CARE program. This is a bill that was signed by the governor, and it creates statutory provisions for the CARE program. This is a program that has been existing within KDHE. The agency has requested an additional 2 FTE positions and salary and wages expenditures of $117,000 to carry out the requirements of this bill. The FTE positions, the program was funded previously in, I believe, last year's appropriations bill, but the FTE position count was not raised.
Any discussion on this particular one? So this would add 2 FTEs.
Correct.
Okay. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've slept since then. Could you outline the requirements that are put forward in the bill that will then require these 2 FTEs?
So this is a bill that requires review, like abuse review and evaluations, and it creates the need for FTEs to provide those services. I will get more information about that.
Excellent. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you don't mind, I'll add some explanation to this. This is a bill that I carried last year and this year, the CARES network that provides that training for physicians across the state to do these care exams looking for abuse and neglect. And so KDHE's role in this is that they have a fund then that pays for they do the training and then they pay for the exams. So the FTEs, I guess, that they're requesting are for implementation of that payment system and of the training. Now, you know, they had a training last September, and that's the only one that I know of. So they're not going to happen real frequently. I'm not sold that they need 2 FTEs for this program. Maybe 1. Maybe 1. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you. Any other discussion on letter E?
So do we need a motion to put it in there?
Oh, we just finished F. No, we're on F. We're on F. You on F?
I'm at F, yeah, on F. Yeah, if you want to make that, do you want to make a motion? No, okay. All right. All right, we'll go on.
Item G is GBA number 1, item 1, which is funding the Human Services Consensus Caseload Spring estimates. These are the estimates that I reviewed in the previous meeting, and this GBA implements those changes to the budget, accepting the estimates that we've been updated.
Okay, yeah, so all this does is just accept the consensus load estimates. It's not anything else.
Right, for KDHE.
Okay. All right, so do I have a motion to accept this? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to make that motion to accept that, the item, what are we on?
Second by Representative Bowler. Yeah, G. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Okay, so I think we're ready for Is it the CanCare Medical 2023? Is that what we're,
Yes.
or is that all part of that other?
That's all part of the
Okay,
GBA,
that's what I thought.
that item.
Okay. So we're ready for GBA, the Office of the Governor, is that correct?
That's correct. That
Okay.
was the final KDHE item.
Okay.
The next item for Office of the Governor is GBA number 1, item 7. This is on page 5. These are grant program enhancements. The total is $9.6 million. $8.4 million of that would go to domestic violence programs. $754,000 would go to child advocacy centers, and $450,000 would go to CASA programs. These are programs that are currently funded through the Governor's Grant Office. There were enhancements because this is the federal VOCA money that is declining in the state. The money coming into the state is declining. So there was an enhancement to replace that federal funding. This is additional SGF funding for these programs.
I'm not sure.
What page is it on? Because it's not on page 5.
Are you looking at the GBA list? It's on page
Oh, it's on page 6.
6.
Okay. Okay.
Item number 7.
All right. So if everybody, you'll need your the GBA that was passed out in the last meeting? Okay. So it would be number 7 on.
It's item number 7.
Do you need? We have some more. If anybody needs one, raise your hand and. Yeah, it'd be page 6, item 7, and then it's white. Yeah, and then on, I guess there's page 6 and 7, number 7 on page 6. Does everybody have one now?
Replacing federal funds.
Okay, Megan, on this, so we added, the House added, I think for the 3 different ones, the sexual assault and violence, the CACs, and the CASA. We added money to all 3 of those. In conference, if I remember rightly, the only one that survived, the added money that survived was for CASA. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how much of this, how does that correspond with what we did?
These amounts?
Yes.
That's a good question. It is less. I can find that pretty quickly, but I don't have what was in the original House appropriations recommendations in front of me.
Okay, yeah. And how much did we end up giving CASA? I think we gave CASA $250,000, if I remember rightly.
Right.
And maybe $2 million for one of them, and can't remember exactly.
We're pulling up that information.
Well, she's looking, any other discussion on it? So, committee, we had this in our budget, or we had some amount in our budget. The Senate didn't. In negotiations, the CASA stayed in, but the other 2 did not, to be reviewed at omnibus. So that's where we at on this one.
Waiting, or do you want to speak? Yeah.
Representative Ballard. Your mic on.
Thank you. My apologies. And it was approved, and and we had a lengthy discussion about it. I think it's important because Senate did not have it. I think and it was dropped along the way. But I would like to say that we stick with it because we discussed it. It was needed, and both of those programs are worthy. And I don't think we need much of a justification for the work that they do.
Right. I'd like to know what our proposal was and compared to this.
The House recommendation was $2 million for domestic violence and sexual assault programs, $400,000 for the child advocacy centers, and $120,000 for CASA.
Okay. So she's putting in $8.4 million for the domestic violence programs where we had put in 2, correct? Okay, and she's putting in $450,000 where we had put in $400,000 to the CACs.
Yes, $400,000.
Or no, she's putting $754,000 to CACs, and then $450,000 to CASA. So that would bring CASA up to $700,000.
CASA's current SGF funding in the governor's recommendation prior to the $120,000 that the House added was $475,000.
Right, plus the $250,000 that we put in.
I misspoke on that. It was $120,000.
Oh, it was $120,000. Oh, okay. Okay, it's $120,000. Okay. So new money would be $675 for CASA for this year.
Are you adding?
I'm adding the $125 plus $450 if we adopted this.
Right, it was 120, so it would be
okay.
570,000.
Okay, 570, okay. Yeah, my addition went quite right. All right. I know, yeah. I don't need addition for appropriations. What am I thinking? Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask what our budget had for the CACs? Again, sorry to ask you to repeat it, but.
Oh, that's okay. The House Appropriations Committee had recommended adding 400,000 additional for the CACs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, committee, so if I'm understanding right, we had, the appropriations had added $2 million for domestic violence and assault programs. In this proposal, the governor is adding $8.4 million. Our proposal added $400,000 to CACs. This proposal adds $754,173. And then we added $120,000 to CASA, and this adds another $140,000 to CASA. Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So CASA is the only one where we add them together. The other numbers are replacement numbers.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, because CASA made the cut, I guess, in the conference committee where the other two didn't. So, all right, any discussion? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Due to the fact that it passed this committee and passed to the floor of the House, I would stick with the House recommendations that got zeroed out and sent to omnibus. I would make the motion. I would move that we stick with the $2,400,000 and $120,000 that were the House positions initially that passed the House.
And not accept the GBA.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Representative Francis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. All right. We are, next it looks like, Children's Initiative Fund?
That's right. Just to make sure I have this correctly, the committee would like to go back to the original House the House recommendation of $2,400,000 and 120, or I'm sorry, just the two.
Just the two, because the 120 was already put in, actually.
Right.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, the next item is Children's Initiatives Fund. These are the tobacco settlement revenue estimates. The consensus team met on April 20th, this past week, and the informal consensus estimate for receipts for fiscal year 23 is $55.9 million. This is an increase of $5.9 million from the fall 2022 estimate. And the consensus estimate for receipts for fiscal year 2024 remains at $50 million. This is what it was with the fall 2022 estimate.
Okay, so do we need to do anything on this? Do we need to accept this, or does this just automatically happen?
This automatically happens.
Okay. So it's just information.
Right. Although I guess accepting the new amount, and then we'll include that in the special revenue funds.
Okay. So is Representative Francis moves? Is there a second? Second by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. All right. All right, that's all.
That is all for me, and I'll turn it over to Dayton.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Dayton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We'll continue on to the next item, Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board. Item A is the prohibition on licensure requirements concerning diversity, equity, inclusion, anti-racism, and critical race theory. This was a proviso added to the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, prohibiting them from requiring any applicant to demonstrate their familiarity with these subjects. The governor did line item veto this.
Okay. Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make the motion that we include this back in the item A, back in the omnibus budget bill.
Okay, I would I would ask that instead you make a motion that we support a line item, support the override of the veto as a committee, and not put it back in at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I don't need to withdraw. It wasn't seconded.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'd make the motion that the committee support the line item veto of
Override. The line item veto override.
line item veto override, section A under BSRB.
All right. Second by Representative Estes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. All right. Motion passes.
Then we'll move on to item B, which is sub for SB 131 concerning the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board application processing. There are other provisions in this bill, but the provisions that apply to BSRB would require them to expedite their review of applications beyond their current time frame. You have some information at the bottom of page 5. Currently, they attempt to process them within 30 to 45 days. This would increase or expedite that to within 30 days. On the next page, the top paragraph, it's their request. To meet the expedited timeline, the agency does request 96,000 and 2 FTE positions for 2024 and for 2025, since they are a fee-funded agency, a biennial agency. And that is their request regarding this bill.
And this is not passed yet, correct? It's in conference?
That is correct. It's this, the conference committee agreed, but the CCR has not been taken up by either chamber.
Okay. So any discussion on this one? All right, we'll go on.
All right, moving on page 6 to Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. Item A, the expansion of the program for the all-inclusive care of the elderly, or PACE. Originally, the Senate committee requested to review this, but it was the addition of 2.5 million ARPA funds was line item vetoed by the governor. And as you heard this morning, and as you'll see later, there was a GBA concerning this as well. And the conference committee, HB 2184, did include the $2.5 million for 2024, all ARPA, to fund this expansion.
Representative Sutton.
Wanted to clarify, there were a couple of points that when Adam was talking about it that had already been budgeted, and we were and the line item, all it did was take out the duplication of the budgeting. Is that what we're looking at here?
No, that was ethics. That was ethics.
That was ethics. That's
yeah,
okay.
Not this one.
Well, then I would make the motion to put it back.
Okay. Again, if you can make a motion that we would support the line item veto override.
Very good. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I will make a motion to, or I will move to support the line item veto override.
Was that, okay. Is there a second? Second by Representative Mason. Any discussion? Representative Carlin, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My notes say on item 8, page 7, is that where we are? Because I might be looking at something wrong. But my notes say it was just because there was a different funding source. So I'm assuming that means my notes probably mean it was a duplicate, like funded twice. Is that possible?
Yeah, go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, the House Appropriations Committee and then in the Conference Committee, they added $2.5 million ARPA for 2024 for this expansion. The governor has line item vetoed that ARPA funding, and what you're referring to, the governor's budget amendment item, she's adding $2.5 million SGF to 2023. So a couple changes going on. She's sort of expediting that to 2023 as opposed to 2024, and she's also swapping the funding from ARPA to SGF. And I hope that clarifies that.
All right, Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dayton, help me refresh my memory. When this came out of the social services budget, we had the provision in there for $2.5 million for the PACE expansion, but we were using SGF at that time, were we not? And it got changed in the full appropriations committee to the ARPA. Is my memory clear on this?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I believe that it was originally all ARPA from the Social Services Budget Committee. It was from the $66 million that was given to them by the State Finance Council to grant out, and that was the original funding source. That was one of the funding sources also identified in the public testimony request, which I believe is why that was the recommendation.
Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the expansion, is this the exact same expansion as we had, the same counties?
Mr. Chair, Representative, yes, these are the same counties. She's just switching the funding source.
Okay,
So,
I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
The 2.5, that was originally for 24 or 23?
Mr. Chair, Representative, that was originally for 24 was the House and Senate recommendation. And her budget amendment would move it to 2023.
And if it was not spent completely in 23, it would carry over to 24?
Are you asking
I'm
about the
asking the
ARPA or the SGF?
Either one. I'll make the point. If you believe in the program, let's make it a permanent program and not use ARPA funds. I had some problems with the program and the expansion, but if you're making this an expansion of this program, make it SGF and do it partially funded for 23 and then fully funded in 24, and then bank the ARPA money and then let's use it for something else in either in this committee or in the conference committee so we get rid of all those ARPA funds. You've already made, I think, the decision that you want it. You want the program and you want the expansion. So spend the SGF dollars because that's how we're going to be spending it from now on. That's my point.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're looking to see, but we're both under the impression that it was SGF is what we would, but in some kind of way it got switched to ARPA. But we think, and we're trying to find it here, that we actually made the SGF recommendation.
Dayton.
Mr. Chair, Representative, you might be referring to the 5% increase to PACE reimbursement rates, which is a separate PACE item that was funded with SGF. This is the expansion of PACE. So this is one-time funding for the initial expansion, and you can find this information in the governor's budget amendment on page 7. She describes that the $2.5 million would be used to help offset the estimated $10.6 million that Midland Care would need to expand PACE and build a new facility. So this is one-time funding. The confusion may be related to that 5%, which is included in the budget.
Representative Ballard.
Of the other one. But in essence, it says that language requiring the agency to fund an expansion of PACE using ARPA federal funds. So it was for that, but we did SGF for the 5%. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion? Yeah, Representative Alcala.
Where am I? So,
Good question.
are we saying that the agreement was that we do ARPA funding, but there's not enough of that? So then we were going to combine SGF along with PACE dollars. We're not saying that?
Mr.
Dayton, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Representative, so the position coming out of conference and included in HB 2184 was to fund this one-time expansion cost fully with ARPA funding. The governor line item vetoed that, so she has a separate governor's budget amendment item to fund that with SGF. So it would be one time either way. It's a question of the funding source and what year it might occur in.
Okay. I missed the bus on that one, but I get it now.
Okay. Representative Francis.
So I may have missed this somewhere. Did she have any rationale for why, other than she would just prefer it to come out of SGF?
Mr. Chair, Representative, and I'm reading from the governor's budget amendment here. The explanation is that, oh, I guess it's not described here, sorry. Yeah, so I don't have anything to speak to her rationale as to why.
Right. I guess I'm trying to determine whether there's a reason that they don't want, or it's just a preference. You know, if it's a preference, I'd always rather spend ARPA funds than I would state general fund dollars. But I think this is a valuable program, and I'd hate to see it not happen because we're being stubborn.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm sorry. The motion is to not accept the GBA and to for the committee to support the veto override. Thank you. All right, are we ready now? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion carries. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Representative Carlin.
Thank you. I didn't realize my mic was on. Mr. Chair, I'm confused. I don't know what it means when you say that the committee will support the override.
It's
Are
just
you obligating my vote on that?
Well,
I don't know what you're saying.
Did you vote aye or?
Well, I voted no, but
Okay, well, then
it
you
doesn't matter. I mean, I just want to know what that term means from your voice.
I think it's sending to our leadership our decision that we would like to see that brought up
So
as
you're
an
just
override.
reporting our decision to
Yes.
them. Okay, thank you. I just didn't quite understand. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Yeah, Representative Ballard.
But may I ask a clarification? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we know we're going to fund this expansion because it's expanding to Johnson, Miami, and Franklin counties, as well as Olathe, if we know we're going to do it, why are we pursuing an override when the issue here is whether we stay with ARPA funds that eventually will run out and we'll probably end up having to have SGF instead of SGF funds? I thought the issue was between SGF and ARPA.
It is, and the bill that we passed said we were going to use ARPA funds. The governor line item vetoed that out, and I'm pretty sure that there's going to be I know there's going to be a move to override that veto, and then it will be paid for by ARPA funds.
But that's what I'm questioning, because if you do an override, may I pursue? But if we do an override, aren't we going to have to come back and refund? I mean, are we going, an override, you can't say switch to here.
It'll be out of ARPA funds. That's what the bill said. It would be paid for out of ARPA funds. And she vetoed that. So right now, it's not being paid for by anything. If we override the veto, it'll be paid for by ARPA funds. Okay.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yep. All right. Letter B.
All right. Item B is SB 228. And concerning KDADs, there's the County Competency Expense Fund. This has to deal with the agency reimbursing counties for costs when a person is confined in the county jail while they are awaiting examination, evaluation, or treatment for competency. So this is specifically the forensics side of the waiting issue that the state hospitals are facing. So the bill would require the agency to reimburse the county jails at a rate of $100 per day for each person in custody and confined, according to the terms of the bill. The agency fiscal note estimate based on the requirements of the bill was $14 million, and that's based on the $100 rate as well as the current Larned State Hospital waiting list. The agency also requests $300,000 for administrative costs in starting up this program and continuing to run it. And this bill was vetoed by the governor.
All right, any discussion on this bill? Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would move that we support the override of this item.
Okay, and if we do that, if we fund it, this is saying that they're requesting 14.3 million if that bill goes into effect. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct, yes.
Okay, and maybe someone that has, Representative Owens can maybe shed some light on that a little bit more.
Certainly. I just want to clarify, though, if there's a motion made, do we need to get a second before we discuss it?
Actually, I'd like for clarification on the 14.3 first before we finish this. If you'll hold off on your motion. So.
Certainly. So, yeah, as I understand it, so SB 228 was a bill that passed the House 8637, and this is the jail modernization bill. This bill was a tremendous amount of work from various agencies over a number of years to modernize jail statutes. As I understand it, reading the governor's veto message, the specific part that she was concerned about was the definition of sex within there. Not the bill itself, not with the modernization, not with the reimbursement, not with any of that. It was literally that we used a portion of SB 180 and the definition of male and female in the bill that she opposed to, just for clarification.
All right, so was the anticipation that the 14.3 million would be put in if this bill passed?
No, the anticipation was that the agency would cover that because ultimately those are costs that they would be expending if they transported that patient and got them into the facility sooner. And so they would already be bearing that cost. What that portion of this bill, and this is really a small portion of the overall modernization bill, what that does is it just says, look, if the county jails are having to hold people that should be in state custody for an extended period of time, then the state should reimburse the jails for those costs.
All right. So now we'll go back to Representative Rogers and restate your motion.
Mr. Vice Chair, then I guess before I do make my motion, I will say, I don't really care if she wants to define if it's sunshine or if it's raining. The jails in the counties I represent need this, plain and simple. We have been around and around and around and given tons of money to communities that have it, and there are no beds for people that I represent. They're going 4 and 5 hours, sometimes to be turned away. So, that being said, Mr. Vice Chair, I move that we whatever, I just said it earlier. You know what I mean? That we support the override of the individual line item veto on SB 228. And what?
And don't have the additional funding?
Oh, we have to.
No, we don't.
What?
It wasn't in the original bill.
Yeah. The funding that goes back to the counties that are holding these.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was the point, not adding money to the agency.
Yeah, I think Representative Owens was saying he didn't feel like we needed the funding. So is your amendment to add the funding?
Money is there. Is that what you're saying?
That was my understanding, but now I'm hearing otherwise, and maybe Jill can shed a little bit of light on this for us.
I don't believe it is.
Jill?
At least I talked this weekend.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I was just looking at the bill and reminding myself about that in section, so this is 228, correct? Yes.
Correct.
In subsection B, it's a transfer. So what happens is the county makes the claim and they notify proof of documentation of the costs to KDADS, and then KDADS on a quarterly basis provides a certificate to the Director of Accounts and Reports, and then the Director of Accounts and Reports transfers the amount of money from SGF to the County Competency Expense Fund. So it doesn't say it's a demand transfer, but it's sort of a set up as a demand transfer.
So does the agency have the money? So the agency would not be able to do this unless we
pass through money, right?
Okay it. Let's say the bill gets overrode and it becomes law. Unless we okay the 14.3 million, they wouldn't be able to do it, is what you're saying.
Well, no, sir, it just happens quarterly. The money gets transferred. This is it's just a transfer that happens. The certification happens.
So, if I may, Mr.
Representative Owens.
So as I understand, the agency requesting this money from SGF isn't necessary. It simply will just happen without this money. So we can make a motion to override the veto of SB 228 without the agency request of that funding because it's already built into that law that it's going to happen regardless.
May I add something? I think they are asking for $300,000 for administrative costs, but if you just supported the override of the veto, that would not be included in that, sir. It would just be the amount of money that the counties send the bills in, basically. And then, just so you know, there's another little part of it, because sometimes when these happen, I think that counties don't feel they're completely made whole. So there's a provision in here that if no monies are available in that county competency expense fund, you can make a claim against the state. And there's a couple other examples like this in the statute that this happens.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I might just make a substitute motion and hopefully clarify this. My substitute motion would be that we support the override of SB 228, but not the agency funding requests denoted here.
Second by Representative Sutton. Representative Corbett. Representative Corbett, did you have a question?
After hearing this, it's a good motion, but it's hard for these counties sometimes to wait for a quarter to get their money. So you know what I'm saying? We probably can't do anything for them, but if you were running a business, you wouldn't get paid 4 times a year when you've got prisoners in there every month. I don't know how you can fix that, but that seems kind of tough on these small counties.
Representative Helgerson.
I think if you want the program to work, you need to put the 14 million in and make it available. Otherwise, you're going to run into some snafus where the agency will come back next year or make a proposal and say, we don't have the funds in there. And they'll have to deal with as much as I hate to add the 300,000, I also think that if that's what the agency said, you don't want them to come back to us next year and say, this is the snafu, you didn't give us the staff, you didn't give us the cost of handling it. And if they're using not enough or too much, specifically look at it. But this program is important enough to many of you that you need to make sure you don't give them the strings to say they didn't accomplish it. And then you can always pull some of the money next year if it's not working or find out.
Representative Francis.
And so maybe I'm not understanding something here. Maybe Jill or our staff can help me understand it. Was there a carryover in KDADs last year that would allow them to be able to expend this 14 as a transfer?
Mr. Chair, and maybe Jill might be able to address, and she has the bill pulled up, but my understanding is that it would be a transfer from the SGF, not from within existing resources. Is that? And that's in the event that the county competency expense fund is empty.
Yeah, I think really the only thing that is the 300,000, it really the only thing that would have to be, we would have to decide whether or not to expend out would be the 300,000 if the bill is overrode. So, all right, Representative Helgerson.
I appreciate the clarification. I would make a substitute motion that
We're already on a substitute motion.
Well, I guess I won't.
I could also withdraw my substitute motion if you want to take a crack at it.
Whatever you want.
I'll go ahead and withdraw my substitute motion for a minute, and we'll see what my colleague to the left has to propose.
Who was the second on that?
Sutton.
Is that all right? Okay. All right. Representative Helgerson.
I'd make a motion that we put the $300,000 back in. And my motion better. You like your motion better?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let's see. This was a recommendation. This was not a GBA, correct? This was just, okay. I'll make a motion. We put the $300,000 back in order to fund the bill.
Is there a second? I'm not seeing a second. Oh, okay. All right. Second by Representative Curtis. All right, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maker of the motion, so does your motion include the support of the override?
Override.
You're putting me in a difficult place.
You want to withdraw your motion and let me try?
Yeah, you try.
Are you going to withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion.
All right. Jeez. All right. Representative Owens, this is the last substitute motion we're going to make on this one.
Sorry, I think this one's a bit confusing because of the way that it is actually worded in here, but my substitute motion is to support the override of Senate Bill 228 and remove the funding that is listed here, but create the county competency expense fund as required by the statute. No limit.
Second by Representative Concanon. All right. Representative Estes.
A clarifying question to the maker of the motion. When you're creating this, are you putting money in the fund? So you're just leaving it, it exists and money can come into it? Thank you.
All right. Representative Rogers.
All right. I have a substitute. No, I'm just kidding. We can be here all day.
No
That's
more
what we're here
substitute
for.
motions.
That's what we're here for. Okay. So the 14.3, probably my confusion, the 14.3 is the guesstimate of what that's going to cost. What triggered another thing was a claim against the state. I don't understand. Was that confusing talk? Okay. Something came up about that. Right. If there's money.
I think we have an explanation from Jill on that.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman and Representative Rogers, I didn't mean to confuse the issue. I was just pointing out that there is language that, and I'm just going to put the example in, that the county says, County X says that they have kept those folks in the jails, in the county jails for 10 days, and they are owed $100. Anyway, let's just say they're owed $1,000. And there's, at the time that they put in the bill, there's no money in the county competency fund. If that would happen, then they would be allowed to make a claim against the state if they are not reimbursed directly from KDADs. But if they're reimbursed correctly from KDAD, sir, there would be no reason for them to make a claim.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, so then I guess to help me along, how does the money get into the competency fund?
My understanding is it's a direct transfer. It just happens if there's a claim made by the every quarter. Every quarter claim made by the county, it just automatically happens. It's a demand transfer out of SGF.
However much it is, if it's
yes.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it does say there's a process in here which the Secretary for Aging and Disability Services shall certify the amount of monies attributable to such cost and shall transmit a copy of such certificate to the Director of Accounts and Reports. Upon receipt of such certification, the Director of Accounts and Reports shall transfer the amount of money. So it's not like they can just submit a bill for whatever they want and it gets paid. There is a process that it is verified and approved.
Okay. So with this, if this is overridden, the program moves along. Finally,
that would be my understanding.
Half hour later.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right. Representative Francis.
And just to clarify some of the concerns, and I don't know that there's a way around it, didn't we have a budget proviso for $5 million to refund hospitals and jails as a line item in one of the social services budget, maybe?
Yes.
It's not to this extent, but there is still a dollar amount in there that...
The $5 million, are you talking about the $5 million to reimburse hospitals
and jails,
if they're watching at a mental health patient?
Yeah, isn't that the same thing as this, except it's a little broader?
I think this talks about jails, the other's hospitals.
I think the other is hospitals and jails.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. So yes, you're right. It was, but that.
And I guess my only thought is I don't know what the probability of that bill being overridden, but that's also a way to. Maybe that needs additional funding if that bill doesn't get overridden. I don't know if there's a process that we could follow other than in conference.
Yeah, it would probably be in conference.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay, are we ready? So everybody understand after all that what the Representative Ballard?
Yes, I understand, but this is a case in point where it's an important issue that we be able to reinforce them for people they have to keep overnight. But this is a case in point where when you put additional language on top of it, which is what the representative was explaining, that then it warrants a veto. So, this makes it very difficult for people who really support that bill, but did not like other things that was added to it as well. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
All right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Motion passes. All right. We are on to letter C.
All right, Mr. Chair, item C is the addition of $200,000 for Envision Child Development Center. This was the initial request was a public testimony request of $400,000 by Envision to provide preschool and child developmental services to blind and visually impaired children, and to support children learning to advocate for their children as they enter the school system. The addition in the Senate was $200,000 SGF, and coming out of House Appropriations, there was no funding added. The conference committee deleted the funding and requested to review it at omnibus.
All right. Any discussion on this particular one? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can someone help me understand why the House did not present this as part of their budget? It seems like we've done this for years, and I'm not sure why it fell off this time.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
sorry.
Representative, the House Budget Committee added $400,000 for this purpose, but when it came to appropriations, you might remember the monetary recommendations in the Department for Aging and Disability Services were deleted, and then some of them were added back. This one was not added back.
And my understanding, this is new. We haven't ever funded Envision before.
Envision. Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead, Dayton.
They did receive funding last year for a different program serving blind and visually impaired children with intellectual developmental disabilities. This is a separate program.
Okay, so same company, different program, is it?
Dayton?
Mr. Chair, same organization. Yes, that's right. Different program.
Okay, if I could continue
go
just a
ahead,
little bit. I'm trying to clear up the water here in my, that I'm looking through. All right, so is the other program, is the other program that we funded last year still being funded this year?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure.
Or was that just starting it up?
Last year's funding. Yeah, that's a little, I didn't have the agency at that time, so I'll have to get back to you on that.
I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is. From what I'm...
Okay.
It's not being funded.
And the House committee, was it full? It was the subcommittee added 400,000, and then we just cut out everything, and some of the stuff found its way back in, and some of it did not. I would move that we go back to the subcommittee's recommendation
of 400,000.
400,000, correct.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Estes. Did you also want to talk on? Yeah, Representative Estes.
I thought I'd answer some of your questions about the program. In my mind, I make an analogy between Head Start and this. You've got the VVI children who don't have an IEP yet. This isn't a medical service, so it kind of just falls in a narrow crack. But the point of the program is to get them acclimated to a learning environment. They use the FROG curriculum, which is used by at least one other Head Start program that I know about, and that's why in my mind I kind of look at them the same. So basically, instead of that child showing up at the public school system and then trying to learn to navigate their way around and fall academically behind, they're getting that head start on making the acclimation and hopefully they're going to be ready to thrive or maintain their progress as best as possible, rather than if they came in the front door cold to a learning environment. That's my understanding of the program, and I visited, and it's amazing to see what happens there. It's a great program.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I oppose 400,000. We've asked a lot of questions on this in the last less than a week, maybe just a few days, asking what's the operating budget, what is its uses for, what are the uses, what are the fees being paid by parents, a whole list of questions. And one thing that was provided back, their original request was 400,000, but their operating loss is 207,000. So why would we give over their operating loss? There are grants and fees that are paid and parents pay. And again, I just have a problem with the last minute requests that we get when they run through and we make determinations, and then we are, and granted, some of this information was just provided to us within the last 24 to 48 hours, but it should have been there from the beginning.
Yeah, and actually this was brought to the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee brought it to us. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah. Representative Mason, would you like to expound upon it, or no?
No, everything you said was true.
Okay.
When we made our recommendations, we did put in $400,000, and then as Dayton described, all those were set aside. And then as we went through those items one by one later, that was just something we never took up.
Yeah, I think it was, if I remember rightly, we actually pushed it to omnibus, said we would look at it later in omnibus. So, and then in conference, the Senate had 200,000 in it. We had 0, so we agreed to bring it back at omnibus and relook at it. So the House and Senate both. Any other, Representative Estes.
And actually, I'm wondering if the maker of the motion would be open to taking the same position as the Senate for 200,000.
No, but the maker of the motion would be willing to go into conference against the Senate's $200,000 position.
Okay.
Representative Helgerson.
Well, we had lengthy discussions here, but we also had them in conference committee. First of all, I'm the main one that took out all the social services. And a lot of my argument is I don't want to start new programs. This may or may not have some value. Sounds like those people that have looked, those members of the committee that have looked at it have questions about the validity of the program. I'm from Wichita, and I toured the facility, but I still haven't heard anything about what this does. And starting a new program, and I'll bite my tongue because of what my colleague to the right has said, but those are still arguments that all of us remember. I believe adamantly this is not a program that should be added at this time. And I can almost guarantee that the Senate's going to add it in because they know that this is going to be a point of argument with us. But, $200, $400 million, next year plan on the same. And I'm of the opinion that we should use our money a little bit more conservatively.
And luckily it's only 200,000, not million, but that's
true.
Yeah. This year. That's right. Representative Wilson. Oh my goodness. I profusely apologize. Representative Owens. Troy, are you almost here? Troy?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to, yeah, right. So I have real concerns about this program as well. Some I've shared with some colleagues, some hasn't been shared, and this is a great organization that does fantastic work for the blind and visually impaired. There's no doubt. I used to have an office down by their area. And so I've had a chance to tour the facility. I think that they do great work. I, like my colleague to the left here, have real concerns about creating a new program. I have real concerns over the fact that we don't necessarily know enough about this organization, what its existing funding streams are, and kind of an understanding all the way around. I'm also concerned that, are we creating something that is just a child care facility? We're talking about young enough children that is going to support those kids. Just enough concerns that I'm going to make a substitute motion that we actually do not fund this request.
Second by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the substitute motion. Representative Estes.
I'm going to oppose this motion. I understand the questions, but it's not just childcare. They're using frog curriculum, which is commonly used by Head Starts. And from my look at it, they're saving us money that we might have to put in down the road with IEPs when children fall behind because they haven't gotten that Head Start experience and get familiar. It's a lot more difficult for a BVI child to walk into first day of kindergarten than someone else. And I hate to see them have a learning loss.
Representative
Anderson.
First time for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to go back to the 200,000 instead of the 400. But when the private sector is doing something, making a positive impact on the state that could fall back on us at some point, I think that we should support it and be a partner.
All right, Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have some questions about this addition. I may have missed it, but was this in the governor's budget recommendations at all?
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't in the governor's budget recommendation. It's not a governor's budget amendment, not in the form of a GBA.
No.
I'm not sure, does this new program serve all 105 counties, or is it regional in nature? There's a lot of unanswered questions, so I would support the substitute motion at this time.
All right, any other discussion on the substitute motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Owens' substitute motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no?
No.
Yeah, I'm in doubt. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, right hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. Sorry, fails 10 to 8. We are back on the original motion by Representative Sutton to fund it at $400,000. Any further discussion? Representative Williams.
For the maker of the motion, how many students or how many children does it serve?
Thank you for the question, and I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, so we have a motion from my dear friend for $400,000, and we don't know how many children it serves, and we're not sure. We have a list of what those fees may be for the child care and the additional services, or what other duplicative services we may have that would help with this. That's my concern. And it exceeds the operating loss for this program by $200,000. It exceeds it for this program. Now, they may have other losses in other areas, but we're talking about specifically for this program.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The answer to your question is 17.
17 kids? Is that what you're saying?
That is what I understand, 17.
Okay. Did you have some? Representative Williams?
So 17 kids for $400,000 every year from now on?
That's what Representative Turk says. I don't know. I'm not sure where he got the information. So, Representative Mason.
I don't believe it's every year from now on. I think this is a one-time ask.
Just like it was last year for a different program. Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Yeah, Representative Carlin.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if they were students receiving a voucher to go into a private school at age 5, and they were 17 of them at $5,000. What's that? I think I made a mistake because it was in the millions. Let me.
No, that's 85,000.
It's what, please?
That would be 85,000.
Well, that's a pretty good, hefty amount of money then.
Well,
Representative Sutton.
Well, and actually, I like the way you were going with that. I was in a slightly different frame of reference. We said 17 kids for $400,000. That's ridiculous. That's $23,000 a child for special needs. I would wager that our public school system utilizes more money with the weightings per child with special needs than this program does.
All right. Any other discussions on the motion? Representative Ballard.
All right. Well, actually, we introduced this from social services budget, and actually, I carried this one as well. But I went back to it. At the time, we offered $400,000 to support the families, programs, and advocates, early childhood education, and this helps children and their families 0 to 5. 40% of families served at or below the poverty level. Envision provides this early childhood education without fear of cost. No blind or visually impaired child is refused from these services. Since the time we offered it, we have received several comments about whether or not this organization needs the funding or not. And if you notice, we were somewhat quiet over here on it because, number one, I think the program is an outstanding program because of the visually impaired and how they work with them at early ages. I do have a concern after all the other concerns I heard about the $400,000. And if it's a one-time funding, maybe that's a difference in it. And this is really a dilemma, I think, for us because we proposed it because we thought it was good, but then we learned additional information as well. And coming in, I heard, well, maybe we'd look at $200,000. And I said I would think about that as well. So now it's jumped back to $400,000, and I'm going to have a real problem with that, and I cannot support $400,000. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion? Representative Mason.
I just want to check and see if that is part of the maker of the motions, that it is one-time funding.
That's all we have in front of us.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of Representative Sutton's motion to fund it at $400,000, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. Motion fails. Okay. We are. All right. Representative Landwehr.
I make the motion that we fund it at $200,000.
Okay. Second by Representative Estes. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Oh. I think the ayes have it. Division's been called. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So keep trying to passes 12-7. All right, so it's funded at $200,000. All right. Boy, now to the next one. It ought to be easy. Human caseload consensus. The GBA. Are you doing the GBAs?
Yes.
Okay. Number D or letter D.
Item D would be human services caseloads. On the following pages, you see the KDHE specific information. on page 6 at the bottom, and then it goes on to page 7 is where you'll find the substantive information.
And then page 8 also, I think.
Yes. At the top of page 7, you see the 2023 amount. The total amount is $1.3 billion, including $399 million from the state general fund. This is a decrease of $40 million all funds and $32 million SGF from the fall estimate. This is primarily due to decreased projections in the estimate of members on CanCare. So that's a description of the changes there. Megan already went through those, I believe. For 2023, KDAD's non-CanCare, the estimate is $93.1 million, including $45.5 million SGF. This is an increase of $2.1 million, including $500,000 SGF. This is due to nursing facility fee-for-service payments. And for 2024, the estimate for KDAD's CanCare is $1.5 billion, including $533 million SGF. This is a decrease of $33.4 million all funds and $18.6 million SGF. Again, the overall decrease is due to decreased population estimates. However, there are some increases that are included within that amount. Those include $14 million for the nursing facility rebase. That's just to reach the cost estimate. At the time that 2184 was passed, the total estimate was not available just due to the timing of the estimates. So we've included an additional $14 million for the full rebase, and we've also included $18.7 to transition the final CMHCs, and that was directed by 2184. And then moving on to page 8, the KDAD's non-CanCare is $115.5 million, including $58.7 million SGF. This is an increase of $12.5 million and $5.5 million SGF, primarily due to increased expenditures for the nursing facility fee-for-service payments, and that's mostly a factor of the nursing facility rebase. And that's what I have for the consensus caseloads.
Okay, and do we need to make a motion to accept that, or, okay. Is there a motion to accept the caseloads? Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt the caseloads consensus for KDADs.
Second by Representative Kincannon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right. I think number E, or keep saying number, letter E, we've already taken care of in a previous motion, so we would go on to letter F.
Moving on, as you said, to item F, that's additional state institution building funds for the Spruce Cottage remodel at Parsons State Hospital. If you're looking in the governor's budget amendments, that white packet that you have, it's on page 8, item 9. This increase, as was described this morning, they've put out RFPs and requesting bids for the project. However, the first request, they did not receive any. The second one, they had one bidder who withdrew. The cost, the agency and the governor, or the agency believed were insufficient, so the governor added $715,000, all from the state institutional building fund, to increase the amount that they're available.
So this would be all funds, so there was no SGF in this, right?
That's correct. It's all from that institution building fund.
Right, okay. Any discussion? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if anyone is in the room that can answer this, but I'd love to see exactly how this progressed. Normally, when you come up with a project cost, it's based on bids that you've received for the work to be done. This looks like we picked a number and then hoped that somebody took it for that amount. Is that really the way we issue contracts? Or did something crazy happen here? Well, someone withdrew, but that doesn't mean that they're the one who set the number.
Mr. Chair, Representative.
Thanks for chiming in. But yeah, I don't know where that number came from.
I couldn't say as to how they came up with the number, the initial number. It was part, again, of the fiscal year 2022 or 2025 year capital improvement plan. So that number was developed a while ago. That's the only additional information that I have on the subject.
All right. Mr. Sutton?
I'm not sure where to go here. I think that
Do you know, Representative Sutton, do you know if this was, did this go to
this
building
didn't
committee?
Not this year.
Okay.
It hasn't gone through this year. Maybe it did at some point in the past, but it didn't go through this year. I'm just curious as to maybe the project really needs done. I'm not knocking that. It could be perfectly valid, but the project management on this seems to be backwards, and I'm not sure why we're doing it that way.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any motions? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to the next one. Looks like Kansas Neurological Institute,
That's
letter
right.
A.
This is a request to increase the fee fund limit for a generator repair. This is on the same page of that white packet. It is item 10. The request is for $176,400. This is the higher end of the two estimates they received. This was described this morning. This is all from the Neurological Institute's fee fund. So they have the funds in the fee fund. They need a request of the expenditure limit so they can expend those funds.
All right, any discussion on this GBA? All right, seeing none, we will go on to the next one. Larned Hospital. No, it's not funded.
Oh, yes.
Representative Ballard?
All right, again, there's some confusion about it if we don't. I would like to make a motion that we do fund this. First of all, I think if we look at Kansas Neurological Survey, and we're basically talking about repairing the generator. And I mean, if you know anything about the people there, quite a few are on generators and they're on breathing mechanisms and everything else. And you cannot run the risk of not having a generator in case your electricity go out or anything else. So I think this is more of an emergency issue in case this does happen because of the clientele that is so severe with their disabilities, that this would be a needed thing, not just something to have on the outside. It's a needed commodity. So I would say, I would make the motion that we include this in our budget.
Second by Representative Williams. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. It is adopted. I woke everybody up, evidently. All right. The Larned State Hospital, GBA, letter A.
All right, this item begins at the bottom of that same page. It's item number 11. And the agency's budget request, if you flip over to page 9, they requested $34.2 million. The governor did not recommend adopting that during her previous deliberations. The legislature did not add that. So at this point, there have been certain funds that have been applied to this amount that reduce the overall appropriation that they are requesting. So the ultimate total that the agency or that the governor has added to address the shortfall is $10,360,000.
Again, the explanation is on page 9. Well, it's actually, yeah, starts page 8, number 11, and goes over to 9, page 9 on the white governor's GBA bill. Representative Williams.
Question. So whenever we do contracting staff, they do not receive any type of benefits, correct? No capers, nothing?
Mr. Chair, Representative, that's my understanding.
Okay. I wonder what the savings would be to offset that. But anyway, thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
Yeah, but that's because the company that hired the contracting is paying the benefits to them, and we're paying it. What's the rate now for nursing? 100, 150?
I'm not sure. Let me get back to you on.
Representative Land, where would you like to go ahead and go on while he's looking?
Well, I guess I'm just, because the contract nursing, and maybe Representative Concanon should just close her ears for a moment, because I know what this does to her, is we're only given one institution funding for this increase in contract nursing?
Is it because of the shortage?
That's what the GBA is, I guess. Yeah.
Huh?
They have all the most vacancies. Which I say for KNI and PSP. So they
Yeah, I guess you're right. It does appear that there's savings. Dayton, is this correct? There's savings in KNI and that'd be Parsons State Hospital, I guess.
Mr. Chair, yes, they transferred $2.6 million in savings. I couldn't say exactly what that's for. It could be from the FMAP changes that we've had since the fall estimate, or just savings and unexpended funds. But correct, they did have they did transfer funds from KNI and Parson, as well as from KDADS. You see the $12 million further down. So there were transfers from those three agencies to offset the overall shortfall.
So is Larned the only one that's having trouble with the having enough money to pay the traveling nurses?
Larned spends more on contract nursing than the other hospitals. So for 2022, at Larned, the total was $30.5 million. And for comparison, at Osawatomie, it was $10.8 million. And for 2023, for the first 6 months of the year, at Larned, it was $25.5 million. And at Osawatomie, it was $7.3. So there is a large gap there.
Representative Landwehr.
But Osawatomie is considerably smaller than Larned, correct?
Yes, I don't have the bed numbers in front of me.
I mean, so you can't do an apples and apples by looking at what Osawatomie spends versus what Larned spends. And when we talk about the contracting, issue, and I know this is a little bit off topic we're talking about our mental health facilities here, is that we have other entities. We're losing 2 more nursing homes in this state, Mr. Chairman. We just heard that on Friday because of contracting and not having enough staff out there. I think this is a bigger global issue for us to take and deal with, but that's my editorial on this, and I'm just a little bit concerned that we're doing it for Larned and we're not doing it for the others.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a big issue, and I was going to bring it up. We probably need to look at the others, but the others are not before us right now. But for contract nurses, whether we like it or not, or the cost, they can demand what they want at this point because there's such a shortage. And if they're traveling nurses, it becomes even more so in the process. So I would say it is needed. Our hospitals cannot function really without it. And if we didn't have a shortage in the nursing staff, we wouldn't have to have so much overtime or anything else for contract nurses. So reluctantly, one would say, but I'm in favor of it because it is a need, not just a want.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I can tell you why we have a shortage of employees is because these contract nursing companies come in and they pay a lot better than we pay our nurses, and our nurses quit and work for the contract company who then sells them back to us at a much higher rate. And until we can stop things like that, we will never be able to have our own nurses, because why would anybody work for us if they can work for the other person? And so there's a time that you got to say, no, we can't do this. We need to pay our nurses the right amount. And so I'd make a motion that we not fund the GVA, but we talk about paying our nurses correctly when we get to the employee pay raise section of today.
Was that a second, Representative Sutton? Second. Okay. Second by Representative Sutton. And Representative Sutton, you may comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad he made the motion. That was exactly the direction I was going to go. Wanted to look at the pay history, the salary history at Larned, and see if that has been being increased to ward off the traveling nurse issue, or if we've just kept it flat, in which case that's probably our fault, not someone at Larned. But I mean, it's still something that we have to be cognizant of. And, you know, I'm also noticing as I go down the list of where they made up some of the losses, isn't it kind of neat that we took money from K&I when they should have been replacing their generator? We just did that a couple of minutes ago, but we took $2.6 million and had to give them $176,000 to fix their generator. At the same time, KDAD seems to have $12 million just laying around that they can hand out, when every year KDAD's is one of the biggest asks in the Appropriations Committee, barring education. I get that. But, you know, it just seems like maybe Appropriations should look a little bit more closely at the way that some of this money is being spent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a lot of thoughts on this issue, but I think that I agree with Representative Tarwater's solution, but I don't think that we can just go to that strictly. Part of the issue, even if there was a pay increase, there's a workforce issue. And so even if you're paying more, there aren't enough people that living in the area at this time to fill those positions. So that's a whole other problem that we have. I think if we don't fund these positions, we risk the problem that we had at Osawatomie a few years ago, where there weren't sufficient nurses per patient ratio, and then we get decertified by Medicare, and that cost us $1 million a month. $1 million a month would be cheaper than what we're paying now. You know, another solution would be to close some of Larned. And, you know, part of this is the price that we pay for having a facility out in that region of the state, but it's also important for the state as a whole to have something west of Highway 135. So I just wanted to throw some things out there for the discussion of the motion, but I think it's pretty risky to just not fund this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Helgerson.
The representative raised a question, correct me if I'm wrong. KDAD's one-time funding, $12 million. Well, how many years have we seen one-time funding for dealing with these contracts? You know, I think it's at least the third year that I can remember that we have these financial problems. So we keep coming in with one-time money, or at least set as one-time money, and we put big chunks of money to fulfill the contracts. Now, as for where that money's coming from, I mentioned it earlier, and I think this is the case. We have $15 million that was in 23 for the hospital in Wichita that we didn't talk about. That was set, oh, it's not 20, it was $15 million this year and $15 million next year for the construction of the hospital that we've never tapped into. So that's probably where it's coming. I'm not really wild of the proposal to stop the funding, but I am adamantly in the opinion that if we don't come up with an answer or put pressure on the administration to come up with an answer, we will continue to fund this money because we have lots of money. We won't come up with a solution about how we deal with the contracting or how we deal with Larned, but it is a problem that we're spending so much money for contracting, and the agency hasn't come up with a solution except to come in and ask for more money. Well, somewhere, sometime, we better put some, we better tell them they need to come up with a different solution.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Representative, you may close your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the bottom line is it's $34 million. It doesn't matter what savings or what other areas that we're taking from the budget or that we found money in the budget to pay for it. It's still $34 million, and it will be every year. I can remember talking about this last year, but I wasn't sure of a solution because there was a need. Well, the need is bigger this year. This is a $34 million shortfall. That's what they're going to be short because of the contracts. We don't know what the actual contracts are. If we paid our nurses properly, first of all, there should be a non-compete. When one of these companies comes in, they shouldn't be able to hire our people away and pay them twice as much as we do and charge us 3 times as much. I think that's a bad business policy, and if there's any of us in the room that owned a business, we wouldn't go forward with it. We would need to pay our employees properly so we didn't have to pay someone else for their services. And that's how real life works. And we'll be back in January to give them funding if they can't come up with another solution. But like the previous representative said, they will never come up with another solution unless we force their hand. And I'm just saying, why not pay our nurses properly? These nurses are coming in town. If we have to bring them in town just like the traveling nurses and put them up at a hotel like the traveling nurses do, that's an expense for the budget. We don't need to be paying a middleman tens of thousands of dollars per person each year to do it for us. We can do it. And so let's talk about raising the pay raise when we talk about the employee pay raises, and let's move on with this. I close.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, so I think that is all you had, Dayton, right? All right, thank you very much. Okay, so the next is the Board of Pharmacy, Sharday.
I thought it was like 4 o'clock. It's only.
All right, Sharday, go ahead.
No. Okay. Okay. The first item we have is the Board of Pharmacy telepharmacy outlets. This item was vetoed by the governor. Oh, sorry, page 8 at the bottom.
All right, I'm sorry, Sharday. We're still talking about the heat here. So,
the first item is on the bottom of page 8 under the Board of Pharmacy. House Bill 2184 included language on telepharmacy outlets, and that was line item vetoed by the governor.
all right, any discussion on this particular amendment or this particular line item? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move that we support the override of this line item veto.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Corbett. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Yep, Representative Ballard.
I know we took a vote on this, but, you know, some of these things we see down here, I haven't seen before. So are some of these... Yes, it is. But I see some things here that I've never seen before on the budget. So, I mean...
Yeah, this was added in as a proviso. That's the reason I asked for discussion.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, all right.
Okay, on the top of page 9, under the Kansas Department of Commerce, the first item is House Bill 2292, the Kansas Nonprofit Apprenticeship Grant Program Act, which is on the governor's desk. It has 3 different grant program funds: the Kansas Nonprofit Apprenticeship Grant Program Fund, the Kansas Educator Registered Apprenticeship Grant Program Fund, and the Engineering Graduate Incentive Fund. all of which would need to be appropriated and the funds created for these to get expended.
And this has been passed and signed.
This is on the governor's desk. Yes, it has been passed and signed. Well, it has not been signed.
Oh, it hasn't been
Passed,
signed
not
yet. The governor, it's on the
Yes.
governor's desk. Okay. Representative Helgerson.
Contingency motion. I'd make a motion that we put the money in for all three, assuming that the governor signs the bill.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Ballard. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is 2234.
It's the Kansas Film and Digital Media Production Development Act. This has passed the Senate, the conference committee report has passed the Senate 32-6 and has not been taken up on the House floor yet. But if it is passed and signed into law, then the Kansas Film and Digital Media Production Development Act Education Fund and the Kansas Film and Digital Media Production Development Act Workforce Training and Business Development Fund would need to be appropriated and the funds created.
And this one's in conference. It hasn't passed.
Correct.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in conference, and we haven't brought it up yet, but if we do, we need to set, if the bill calls for these to be set up, so we need to allow for that to be set up.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Representative Curtis. Now, is the transfer automatic, or is that included in the motion? A transfer of $1 million, is it an automatic, or are you just setting up?
I think it's in the bill.
Okay, it's in the bill. All right. All right. Representative Corbett.
Does anybody know what the cost, I mean, I'm just following this. Do they get tax credits, or what's the cost of setting this up?
Representative Tarwater.
There's a tax credit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a tax credit portion of the bill. It's a 40% tax credit, up to 40%. Starts at 30 and can get up to 40%. And originally they were transferable, which would put the state on the hook. We made it so that it was not transferable and against future earnings, so that Kansas companies could use it and out-of-town companies wouldn't come here and let our taxpayers pay for 40% of their expenses.
Just one more question to you, Representative. Is there a sunset on this so we can see how it goes?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I can't speak to the sunset. I wasn't a big fan of the bill at first, but in conference it came up and we set up a separate bill for it so that it could be run separately.
Representative Corbett.
So what I heard in the tax committee and some others were here, I think it's a 10-year tax credit. And I thought we put a sunset on it, but if not, however that would work, I'd like to at least do a 5-year or something on it to check and see how the moving industry is doing, just to do it.
So Representative, basically this amendment though only just sets up the $1 million transfer and the fund if the bill passes. So that's all it does. If the bill doesn't pass, then the money doesn't go through. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to go on the record that the tax foundation that works on both sides of the aisles lists Kansas film, or not Kansas, but film, any type of incentives for filming as one of the worst tax incentives a state can choose. They do that along with the tax holidays, or if you want to go spend for a holiday, for back to school, they list that one too. But this is one that they particularly give a lot of information of why it's not good. Georgia's had a lot of success, but everybody else, there have been repeals and it's been a loser. But my question would be, so do we happen to know, if this were to pass, how many tax credits, new business incentive tax credits that are going to be floating out there in the next several years?
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't really speak to the bill because it was a tax. It didn't come through Commerce, or we would know a lot more about it. And I did say I wasn't a big fan of the bill at first. I'm a bigger fan now that we made the changes to non-transferable tax credits, so they could only be used by somebody that was going to actually pay taxes in the state of Kansas, and that limited the bill quite a bit for out-of-town companies. I can't tell you what that did to the amount of tax credits. I would think that it would reduce it significantly.
Well, but overall, Kansas would be increasing the number of tax credits or eligibility for new tax credits in Kansas, all the while those families and business owners in Kansas that are working hard and choosing to stay here are not getting those types of benefits. We are paying for that. And at some point, I mean, it gets exhausting because more and more of the weight gets placed on those that remain here and are faithfully remaining here. Thank you.
And I think the bill gives the tax credits from 2023 through 2032, so 10 years of tax credits. So again, this motion would be just simply to add the funding if the bill passes. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could someone provide some more information about digital media production? Are we just talking about film? Are we talking about social media, digital media, and what educational programs? Because it kind of talks about there's existing educational programs that this would help support.
Yeah.
So,
I think that's actually something that would be more of a discussion if the bill comes up in a conference committee, on the floor as a conference committee. We're just talking about whether and if the bill passes, are we going to fund it or not fund it?
well, I guess, Mr. Chairman, I can't support the funding because I don't know what I'm supporting. I mean, I'm supporting dollars, but I don't know if I can support the actual policy that this bill would enact.
Yeah,
so
and I understand. I'm just not sure I'm not sure anybody actually here in the committee understands. So I would just say vote accordingly. Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to shed a little light on the multimedia aspect of it, there is an individual in Kansas City who has started a foundation that is teaching kids how to be audio sound engineers, but also teaching them how to do multimedia. And he's doing it with a school in KC but his kids, when they graduate with a global certificate in audio engineering. And all of them are finding jobs in Kansas City, not only at convention venues, but also with businesses, because we have a lot more businesses now that have taken in-house doing multimedia presentations. And so they are hiring students that are trained as audio engineers, as multimedia folks. There is a lot of job demand for this field. And as I understand, someone that graduates from this program can actually start making $50 an hour. So I think it's a worthwhile area to invest in, because I think it does provide a lot of job opportunities for students. And we can see that there's a lot of demand as a lot of companies, do their own now multimedia and different presentations. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Landwehr.
It's probably too late for what we're talking about here today, but several years ago, Kansas actually had a program to promote, movies and stuff to be made in Kansas. So I don't know where we're at and why we're here today. So the state of Kansas did.
All right. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Representative Tarwater's amendment?
Is it okay? Well, never mind.
Well, I thought he closed. Actually, he was closing, and then we got started on. How did we do that? I think we actually were closing.
My motion was simply to set up the accounts in the case the bill passes, and I don't know what leadership's plan is for the bill. We passed everything we were going to pass, I think, so far, but in the case that it passes, it needs to be set up.
All right, yeah, and my bad. You were on close, and I allowed more discussion. Sorry about that. So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. Motion fails. Okay, next.
The next item is the Early Child Education and Care Initiative, which was requested to be reviewed at omnibus by the House Appropriations Committee. The governor recommended adding $1 million from the EDIF for an Early Childhood Education and Care Initiative. This would allow Kansas communities to implement or expand options to address issues affecting the workforce. It also would allow Commerce to work with employers and communities on early childhood services and provided additional support to new development projects that specifically build in plans to provide these services for their employees. This item was not included in House Bill 2184.
Right, and Sade, if I remember rightly, I don't think there's actually any money left in the EDIF to fund these. I believe.
We do have EDIF tables available for everyone, and there is a balance of about $1 million in the fund right now.
All right, so just keep that in mind that I think it's C, D, E, F, G, H, I, H and I think all are under the same, it's...
Oh, no. Nope.
Yeah, the F was included, but the rest of them all came out of, are going to be coming out of EDIF, and there's only $1 million left in there. So, yeah, go ahead and pass that out. So any motion or any discussion on C?
So is the...
Representative Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if the question is directed to you, Mr. Chairman, or somebody else on the committee, but how does this particular provision fit into the child care bill that was vetoed by the governor?
I don't know that it actually does, because this was a funding of $1 million. That bill, I think, was dealt more with regulations. Representative Landwehr.
Okay, we're on C, correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And it says this item was not included in HB 2184. So where's this coming from?
That's exactly right. That's what I was saying, was that this was something I think that did come out of the Agriculture Budget Committee. We tabled it, but moved it to omnibus. But actually, I mean, there's only $1 million left in EDIF. So, I mean, if we were gonna fund it, we would have to fund it probably with something else.
So something for Childhood Education and Care Initiative came out of Ag?
It was in Department of Commerce. And we took it out to look at it in omnibus. So if we don't want to do anything, we just don't do anything.
Okay. I guess
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess, if a motion's needed, I'd say no, we don't fund it.
Yeah, we don't need a motion if we're not going to fund it. So, Representative Curtis?
I was just going to explain that it was part of the Department of Commerce. It was an enhancement. And the way that it was explained is that we know that child care is a big issue, and that when businesses come to the Department of Commerce, that this would allow them to have a staff person to try to work out the child care initiatives on the front end, to say, we know that your workforce is going to have child care issues. Let's try to work through that and try to figure out how. So that's the way it was kind of described, is that it would be a person that would help on the front end to try to help them find solutions, whether it be like a partnership, because a lot of businesses, they don't want to be in the childcare business themselves, but they want to be able to help solve that issue. So if there could be like a partnership developed, like with another childcare provider or whatever. So that's the way it was described, is it would be a person on the front end to help work through those issues, to help them try to solve those childcare issues.
All right, Representative Owens.
Thank you. I do believe that there was just a bill vetoed that would have really worked to address a number of the child care issues and concerns that we've heard about today. Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, see, I'm elevating you now. C, D, E, F, G, H, and I all pull money from EDIF that does not exist. And therefore, I move that we bypass and do not fund C, D, E, F, G, H, and I.
All right. That's it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? And actually, some of them were included. I think that's what Representative Curtis was going to say. Some of these were included in, if you read D, instead of $3 million, $2 million was included in the 2184. E, 2184 added 1.2 million plus 3 FTEs. F, it added 500,000 EDF, and then the rest of them were not included. So this is more. I think your amendment is fine as long as it clarifies if we leave that other in.
And that's what I'm curious about. Is that other that's in there that wasn't 2184 addressed in this green sheet?
I believe it would be.
It was?
Yes.
Okay, so then I would amend my amendment for those items, and we can discuss the individual pieces that have previously been approved on their own merit.
Okay, thank you. You understand? The second, okay? All right, so are you still wanting to skip them all and just, are you wanting to look at those ones that were included in 2184? Or
I was trying to pick up the pace a little bit here because very
understand.
Clearly any additional funding that is to come out of EDIF on C through I am requesting be skipped. But those items that are already funded and recognized in 2184, we can certainly discuss.
Okay, all right. Does that make sense to everybody? Representative Tarwater, did you have anything?
I just had a question on, I think we spent a lot, or the governor's office spent a lot of money on early childhood and daycare, like a couple of rounds of like $30 to $40 million each. Is that true? Can you tell me how much we've spent on daycare out of the federal funds?
Sade?
I do not have that amount with me, but I can get that information for you.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, Dylan said he would get that for you.
Okay, yeah, I think it's close to $100 million, and
okay,
we really didn't get anywhere. Thanks.
All right, Representative Corbett.
We will talk about the other ones like D and some of the other letters later.
I can withdraw.
That's on here. I thought we did D a long time ago when we did this before about $3 million to bring people home.
All right, so I think this motion would basically say we're going to skip C,
all of it.
G, H, and I, and J. Well, no, not J, I, yeah. Because they weren't funded in the bill. All right. Okay. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right.
There we go. So.
Okay. So.
You can
go to D.
Look at
D. Here, C through.
Okay, item D is returning Kansas home marketing campaign. The governor recommended adding $3 million from the EDIF to create a marketing campaign that would focus on recruiting Kansans back home to live and work in Kansas. This would require 2 consulting firms and to conduct research to help with the campaign and implementation of a cohesive strategy working with the Kansas City Metro and Wichita Metro regions that are already also working on this as well. And $2 million was added in House Bill 2184.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm a little bit confused. We've got supposedly all these big companies coming. that have all these jobs coming. They're going to be recruiting. I think the large urban communities have already got programs that do this, so why would we fund an additional $3 million to do this on a state level when this is probably a local issue to be dealt with?
So what I would say is that House Bill 2184, the agreement with the Senate was that we would fund $2 million of it. So I don't really feel like we need to do anything on D. It's more of a information of this is what's been done. The reason we didn't take it out completely is because there was, out of the last amendment, is because there was an amount put in 2184. Now, I guess if you want to make a motion to remove that $2 million, it'll be something we go back to into conference with, but I will say that the Senate probably is going to leave it in, and it's going to be something we'll have to side with them.
So if we don't take action on D, we won't fund that extra $1 million?
Right.
Okay. I'm fine.
Okay.
Not really, but
Representative
I'll
Corbett.
accept it.
I'm not sure where you're at, but I would make a motion to just take take it out. Just put it in conference if you want to, but I think there's plenty of programs to get people here without spending any more money.
Okay. I would rather we didn't. We're going to have enough.
I'll second it.
Okay. All right. It's been moved and seconded. Representative Carlin.
I disagree. I think this program is actually already ongoing. This project is already going, and the $2 million would probably keep us afloat, so we don't have a bad debt or a bad contract problem. But it's worth knowing if you concentrate. Not just for the jobs at hand, but if you concentrate on the future and what things people are looking for when they relocate, and they're relocating from all over the world right now. Everybody's moving around. How do we get them to Kansas? And I think it's a futuristic look. It's not just to solve the problems of today. So I really reject this motion. Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor of Representative Corbett's motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Ayes appear to have it. Jeez. Representative Waymaster might go and hit his hand again, and on me maybe when he gets here. All right. Motion passes. All right. We are on E. Let me be very clear on E. HB 2184 added $1.2 million and 3 FTE positions for this international division. So it is funded right now as of when the governor signed it 2184. So any discussion on it? Seeing none, we will go on. All right.
No time.
It was. Number F, same way. It was funded under 2184. We're going to move on. All right. So Charnay, J.
J is to review the addition of $2 million for plasma games. This would be $2 million SGF is what the original request was from the conference committee. The conference committee looked at this and decided to review it at Omnibus. Plasma Games is a 3D video game platform that connects real-world technologies and STEM and CTE careers to engage students.
All right. Any discussion on Representative Estes?
I thought it was to not specifically plasma games, but an RFP.
Mr. Chair, the conference committee was specifically for plasma games. The budget conference committee looked at plasma games specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually believe though that the RFP is written. It's not written for plasma games in the title. I'll put it that way. Well, it's however it's written, I guess, but that's how it's put. Representative Helgerson.
I was critical, very critical of this coming in at the end because I hadn't heard anything about it. Senate dropped in a half a dozen different proposals that we had not seen. And on principle, I'm against it because of that. I think it does have some merit, but I think it also should go through a legislative process in that the Education Committee or other individuals should have an opportunity to see if it works rather than being put in by 4 individuals, right? By a few individuals without the legislature having a chance to look at it and make the recommendations. And for that reason, I'm going to be opposed for it, but at the same time, I think it has some merit.
Yeah, I believe it has some merit too. I've seen it. I think it probably is it probably does have some good learning potential to it. But I will leave it up to the committee. Representative Williams.
Well, the only thing I would say is I've seen it too, and I think as a science teacher, I loved it. I think it has potential, but we've kind of learned through experience up here that we can fund something, but if the teachers aren't the ones that are on board for a program like that, that's very specific to chemistry, it won't succeed. And so what I would recommend is that it is taken by those bringing this to us to our local schools and getting their buy-in and have those chemistry teachers bring it back to us and say, we need a statewide solution on it. And I think that we've just got so bogged down on math scores and English language arts scores that are so low that science is also not where it should be. But that would be my recommendation, is that the schools take a look at it.
Representative Owens.
And I would just add to that, I do think it's certainly worth taking a look at, reviewing this, looking at it. We constantly talk about how can we improve outcomes? What can we do more and better for our children? And I think that this type of learning environment is very much up and coming. It's something that, many of our children are more used to the gamification of education than traditional education. It frustrates my wife that they never taught my son how to take notes. But the reality is it's a very different world than it is. And so I think that it certainly warrants it. I would love to see it actually maybe studied a little bit more in depth in the interim, and would love it if one of our education interim committees took a good look at it. Thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if the individuals at the conference table liked it, why didn't you just add it?
Well, we sent it to omnibus. I mean, that was the agreement between the House and Senate that we would look at it at omnibus.
I think this goes back to a discussion that I've been having all year with folks, and it's it's kind of surprising this wasn't just added. Like about $6 million was, or over $6 million was added to the budget on items that never even passed either committee or chamber. Doing this stuff last minute, doing this stuff through conference committee is just absolutely wrong. You talk about lack of transparency. This is lack of transparency. Kind of like the 3 million plus or whatever it was that went to a PBS station out in western Kansas, and another 3 million plus that went to an airport in Salina. Didn't pass either committee, wasn't even discussed in this committee, Mr. Chairman. This has to stop.
And I think that's the reason why we sent it, this particular one, back here to be discussed today. Well, Representative Helgerson.
Representative, as you might guess, I share your concerns, if not more so. But we're going to have to stand together if this is going to be the case. It cannot, and let's put all the cards on the table. Well-qualified lobbyists can influence 1 or 2 or 3 members of a conference committee or even of a subcommittee, and then it gets through because we don't stand up and say we have certain standards. And the standards are on this conference committee, since that's what you're asking. If it hasn't passed a House and it hasn't passed the Senate, you can't bring it in a conference and to stand. And then we all stand up for the chairman and the vice chairman and the ranking minority and say, it ain't going to pass, and we'll send the bill back. You know, what ends up happening in conference is the Senate says, well, you know, we want this, and, you know, and the most exasperating thing for me is we get some turkeys on our side and they get turkeys on their side, and then we throw all the turkeys together to create this horrendous bill that spends more money and accomplishes less in my mind. I think that we should have some real standards, but that means all of us have to stand behind those standards. And to all the lobbyists that I like and appreciate, you go through the tough process of the agencies and the subcommittees and the full committees, and you don't put stuff in at the end. But that's up to you. I'm only one minority of a minority at times. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
All right, so is there a motion to add this to the bill? Seeing none, we will go on.
The next item is GBA number 1, item 18 on page 12 for the World Cup planning and area improvements. That is in the amount of $10 million.
And talking about something that hasn't gone through either House or Senate. Is there any discussion on this? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this may not have gone through the appropriation side, but it did come through the commerce side, specifically the Spark Committee that I chaired for economic development. And if you remember, those committees were comprised of some pretty big heavy hitter minds. And the recommendation that came out of the Spark Committee, I believe, was for $25 million targeted to the World Cup in that area where Sporting KC is. And the reason it came out was because the World Cup is such a tremendous opportunity. I mean, it's way bigger than NASCAR, bigger than the Super Bowl, several Super Bowls. There will be, in 2018, there were 6.8 million tourists that visited the host cities, and that would more than make up for the $10 million appropriation on this. I'm not sure if you are familiar with the Power and Light District in Kansas City, Missouri, but I can assure you that if we don't do something like this, that will be where everybody goes to watch the games that don't get into the games. I go there for most of the Chiefs games because I don't get invited to the Chiefs games. But there are thousands of people there every weekend, and it's huge for that area each and every weekend. I would say that we probably need to look at doing this. It is a tremendous opportunity. It was I'm surprised that the governor actually listened to one of our recommendations, because I think it would be the only one that came out of any Spark committee that actually gets done. And that's been a frustration of a lot of people in this committee anyway.
Should we increase it?
It really should be more, but I'm not going to ask for the $25 million that we put forth. It was a very good idea at the time. I'll let you guys talk about it, and then I'll make some notes and close on it. Thanks. When this came through this morning, I didn't really recognize what it was, but I do now know what it is.
Hey, looky who's here.
Did you make a motion?
I would make a motion to add this.
All right. Is there a second? We got to make a shuffle of people here. Sorry. Is there a second? Okay. Second by Representative Curtis. All right. Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, do we currently have any funds in the new Attracting Professional Sports Fund from last year's bill? Well, the gaming bill. I'm just saying that seems like that this would be a really good place to take those funds out of, to utilize to help offset this instead of SGF. I think Dylan's telling me there's like $10.08 in there, and so Mr. Chairman, you've missed out on a lot of fun this morning.
I've been listening to it on the way up, so I haven't missed out completely.
All right.
I even heard the cry from the vice chairman to want to know where I was at.
Well, we're glad you're here, sir. We're glad you're here.
I'm actually glad to be back as opposed to where I've been the last 24 hours. So, Representative Williams.
Thank you and welcome. All right, so I love using the money for infrastructure because that stays. So the maker of the motion or a carrier of this motion, can you tell us a little bit about that infrastructure? Is it KDOT related? Is what might be included? And it looks like you may have the answer.
Dylan? Oh. That's the previous question. Representative Tarwater.
Thank you. I think this is for more than infrastructure. It also makes some significant changes to the current stadium there because FIFA has certain requirements, and as you know, Missouri is funding big changes to Arrowhead as well because FIFA demands certain changes and certain elements, and so they have to update the lighting. They've got to do some other changes in the stadium, but most of it is for adjacent to the stadium, an area where you can host watch parties and allow people to watch the games that are going on, not just soccer games either, just it's an entertainment district type deal like the Power and Light District.
And second question is, and I should know this, but have we been already awarded the 2026, or is it contingent, of course, on this?
We have been awarded it. What's contingent, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Go ahead.
We've been awarded it, but what this is contingent on, or where are the tourists going to be when they come here? The millions of people that come to Kansas City, are they going to spend all their money and time in Missouri, or are they going to come to Kansas, where we are known for being the soccer capital of America, and quite frankly, we probably wouldn't have gotten the bid if it wasn't for Sporting KC in the first place.
Okay.
It'd be nice to bring some of the patrons over to our side.
Yep, great, thank you.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a $10 million expenditure. Do we have a list of all of the detailed line items that this is going to go to? I mean, I've heard lights, but that's all I've heard. Is this going to go all the way to, just for the Sporting KC Arena? Is this going to the roads around it? Is it going to Nebraska Furniture Mart across the street? What's it going to exactly?
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you. So, no, nothing, I believe, goes to Nebraska Furniture Mart. It would go to develop that area where there's like the big parking lot just kind of across the street. That would be more of an entertainment district, similar to, and there's a lot of private funds in here. This is just the state portion of it that would help. But I have a PowerPoint that they sent to us that I could probably share with you with all the details. But a lot of it is stuff that was demanded in the park for FIFA to allow games to go on there, and it will help bring more international type games to Kansas as well.
Representative Turk.
And one other thing, I know this has probably been thrown around and I've missed it, but what is the estimated return on investment for that? If we were going to put $10 million in, and you were confident that we're going to get $10 million back, but is there any kind of rough estimate floating around there?
I would imagine that our businesses, with the revenue that it creates, it'll create billions of dollars in Kansas for the World Cup alone, not to mention the other international games that it would bring to town.
I guess I have a question. So after the World Cup takes place in 2026, these will remain? There'll be long existing facilities?
Yes, and it would be nice to go to a Kansas City Chiefs watch party in the state of Kansas instead of the state of Missouri.
Okay. Like I said, I apologize for missing the meeting this morning. It's preoccupied. Representative Owens.
Thank you. Just to follow up to what I started talking about earlier, there's a little bit more than $10.08 in that fund. Dylan informed me there's about $1 million there with a projection of next year of being $5.4 million. I would like to see these funds ultimately be repaid back to the state general fund through that fund as it continues to gather more funds over the next year or two. I do think this is a worthwhile cause, but I think that there's kind of a funding stream that might help offset the SGF part of this. And so it looks like this is requested funding in 2023, but the actual event's 2026. So it almost sounds like between now and then, the money could be paid back to SGF through that set-aside fund. So I'll just throw that out for consideration, and based on conversation, might have a motion.
Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we were doing some shuffling, and I missed, what fund are you talking about?
Representative Owens.
This is the fund that was created last year, Attracting Professional Sports Teams Fund, as part of the sports wagering deal.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. This is different but very similar. I don't know if you remember when they brought in the PGA Women's Conference in Hutchinson. And they had some fundamental monies to get started, and it brought in millions of dollars because of everyone that stayed, even in the surrounding areas as well. So I think potentially it really will grow because it's not just a state thing, it's a national, international thing as well. Okay?
Representative Corbett.
I'm glad you're back, Chairman.
Thank you.
So, Tarwater, or Senator, Representative Tarwater's right. There will be people looking for rooms to stay within 100 miles of Kansas City. There'll be that many people here. And tourism probably would tell you that for every dollar you spent, you'll get back probably 3 or 4. So this is a good chance to invest in the state. And I think for no more than $3 a person that lives here, it'll be well worth the money. Thanks.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you. I attended the World Cup in Dallas, Texas in 1994 at the Cotton Bowl. Drove down there. We saw 5 games. We stayed in Fort Worth just because there wasn't enough accommodations in Dallas. So great experience. Glad that the Kansas City metropolitan area is going to be hosting this huge event. Do we know how many games and where they're being played? Is it Arrowhead? All games are at Arrowhead. And do you know how many games? Is it like the preliminary first round of games, or does anybody know? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the number of games and the round hasn't been announced yet. However, there will be, and the games in Kansas City are at Arrowhead, but there will be other interim games going on at the same time, and those will be at KU, and they will be at the universities, or different soccer parks that are over in Missouri, and then also at Sporting KC. But you have to have we got to make sure we have the right changes done in order to host those games.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree that this is an incredibly great opportunity for the state. I definitely want to see that it gets funded. What I would like to see, Mr. Chairman, is that this $10 million be repaid back from that Attracting Professional Sports Teams Fund. And so based on conversations, it appears that $5 million in 24 and $5 million in 25 could be paid back to the state general fund. So I would make the motion that to fund this, we fund it as requested, but that $5 million in each of those 2 years be transferred out of the Attracting Professional Sports Teams Fund back to SGF to offset it.
All right, committee, you've heard the substitute motion, seconded by Representative Turk. Discussion on the substitute motion. Representative Estes.
I never get to go on vacation, so after 30 years of marriage, we went on a vacation alone to the Super Bowl, and we're shocked to see how many people were there with no ticket, hoping they might get one, but knew they probably wouldn't, going to bars, hanging out, and they just wanted to be around the environment. So I see the value in it, but I'll also warn the chairman of Commerce, be ready to talk to FIFA, because we talked to the NFL when we were there about when you have these big events, there's a whole lot of jurisdictional laws that we might have to pass so we can work with federal government, state and local government on security. But I think it's great, and I think it's worth all of these efforts.
Any further discussion on the substitute motion? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, substitute motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Okay, so we are, if I have the directions right, we are on item number A under the Kansas Department of Revenue.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The business closure rebates were line item vetoed in House Bill 2184. These funds were allocated or appropriated last year, $50 million total, and only 10,000 of them have been applied for, and that deadline was April 15th. So the legislature deleted or moved those funds elsewhere, and the governor supports reallocation of these funds for other purposes after the program expires on June 30th, 2023. So no action needs to be taken because the funds will reappropriate or get moved after June 30th, 2023.
Okay, any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, move on to item number B.
Item number B was requested by the Senate Ways and Means Committee to review the funding source for the replacement of embossed license plates.
And that was part of the business closure rebates on item A, correct? So if no action is taken, they'll still be funded with that when the money is allocated on July 1st, correct? Okay. Any discussion on item number B? Seeing none, we move on to item number C.
Item C was also requested by the Senate Ways and Means Committee to review the vacant positions within the Kansas Department of Revenue.
It was a Senate committee position, item number C. Is it, I'm assuming it's C. It says B on our form.
Yes.
Under the Kansas Department of Revenue. So any discussion on this item? Any action taken? No. All right. Thank you very much. We can take a break? Yeah. Okay, we're going to go ahead, and I apologize since I've been having a break all morning, basically, and afternoon. We'll go ahead and take a, let's try to be back about 2:50. It's about a 20-minute break. So we're in recess. Okay. All right, committee, let's go ahead and resume discussion so we can get through, hopefully get through all of this this evening. So right now, I would invite Martin up to the podium to start off with the Office of the Attorney General. Martin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, Committee. We're on page 11 in the middle of the page for Office of the Attorney General. Item A is HB 2184. This is a line item veto from the Master Tobacco Settlement Funds. So the governor line item vetoed the language that allows expenditure from the Master Tobacco Settlement Funds to be used for the Kansas Youth Suicide Prevention. The governor stated that the funding in this line item should be used for compliance with the Tobacco Master Settlement. A little bit of background, a couple of years ago, the agency came to Legislature requesting funding for a mobile app for their suicide prevention of $100,000 and then with a $50,000 continuing maintenance. At the time, that was denied, and then it came back and the Legislature made the recommendation to use the Master Tobacco Settlement Funds, but that required some language be added to the bill. So that language was added to the bill in 2184. That language still exists, and that language allows the agency to use Master Tobacco Settlement Funds to run this program. So at this point, the agency has communicated with me that they're using approximately $163,750 from that fund to run this program. So if this veto stands, they would request that in SGF funding to move forward.
All right, committee, since this was actually a line item veto, is there a motion to override the veto? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the committee support a veto override of this particular item.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Turk. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, Martin, I said the same thing you did. Letter B.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Letter B is Senate sub for HB 2016. This is the Act Against Abuse of Website Access litigation. This bill is currently law. And HB 2016 enacts the Act Against Abuse of Website Access litigation to create civil action for determining whether litigation that alleges any website access violation under the Federal Americans with Disability Act or similar law constitutes abuse of litigation. So the Office of Attorney General indicates this enactment would require an additional $196,825 SGF and 1.5 FTE for FY24. And the agency indicates the civil cause of action would likely be filed by the Civil Litigation Division of the Office of Attorney General, and it estimates that there would be additional casework in preparing lawsuits against violations of the Act.
All right, committee, are there any questions for Martin in regards to this item? Any discussion on this item? Representative Mason.
This is a bill that we passed.
Correct.
And it is current law?
We passed it during this session.
It is law.
It is law.
Okay.
It's just needing the funding and the extra FTE. Representative Estes.
I'll go ahead and move that we override, support the override.
This is law.
Oh, I'm sorry. That we use the ARPA funding. Sorry, I have a headache.
The ARPA funding for the 190s. There's no more ARPA money.
Then never mind.
Okay. Representative Williams.
Thank you. So it's a legislation that we've passed from the Attorney General, and I think historically his totals and his budgets have been low. They have. He's laughing. Okay, so I would make a motion that we fund it.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Kincannon. Discussion on the motion. Representative Helgerson.
How much additional have we put into the AG's budget? Didn't we put some in during conference? Oh, okay. How much?
Well, so you've fully funded the agency's request, and so you have a total amount of $36.9 million, and there's about 182.6 FTE within the agency in House Bill 2184.
I thought in conference we added some additional.
You may be referring to the Medicaid Inspector General. There was some funding for the Medicaid Inspector General and staff there, 3 FTEs.
And we put the money in for that.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a bill that came through Judiciary Committee, and it doesn't say this here, but this is the one where there are out-of-state attorneys filing cases against small businesses in Kansas, claiming that their website is violating the Disability Act, the American Disability Act, which there's no definition of what that is for websites. But what they are doing is wrapping them up in an out-of-state court case. The one that we had, for an example, was from New York, a New York attorney that was going after a small business in Lindsborg. And it made sense, and this makes sense, and so I will support this motion.
Won't or will?
Will.
Oh, you said won't. Okay. Representative Helgerson.
I got some additional information. We also, and correct me if I'm wrong, we filled in the cut that was made several years ago of $715,000. So it's not that we've cut the agency, they're getting a lot more money.
That they had prior.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Williams may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, Martin, item number C.
Thank you. Item C is SB 116. This is the concealed carry license fee, and this is law as well. So among other provisions, SB 116 removes the $100 issuance fee and the $25 renewal fee paid to the Attorney General by persons seeking for concealed carry firearm licenses. The Office of Attorney General requests $1.2 million SGF to replace the loss in the fee fund revenue for FY24. These fees are currently used to pay the salaries, wages, and operating expenditures of the concealed carry license unit.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we fund the $1.2 million SGF.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Estes. Discussion on the motion. Representative Helgerson.
How much did the department use last year or budgeted for in this year? And how many FTEs?
Martin.
I don't have that information right in front of me, but I can get that to you. Their estimate of replacing the lost revenue for FY24 is $1.2 million.
I understand that's their estimate. I'm wondering how much it really actually was.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Approaching the same question from a different angle, are we really expecting 12,000 concealed carry licenses every year or in the next year? Since, I mean, it's been several years, the novelty is, most of the people who are going to get one have one. Are we really getting 12,000 new applications in every year?
I cannot speak to.
Okay, I didn't know if those numbers were there. Okay, thank you.
Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the numbers are going to grow on that, and I think that it'll get bigger every year. So we want to make sure we got enough people and money there to at least do what we have to do.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Martin, item number D.
Yes, Chairman, and if I may, regarding Representative Helgerson's question, their estimate was just over $1 million, $1,011,000 for FY24. Yeah.
Representative Helgerson.
Just over $1 million, but we gave them $1.2 million, right?
That is their request, yes.
All right, thank you, Martin. Martin, item number D.
Item D is SB 208. This is the Campaign Finance Act reform, and this is law. So among other provisions, this bill amends provisions in Campaign Finance Act on topics including the procedures of Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission. If you flip to the following page, on page 12 at the top, the Office of the Attorney General requests 91,914 SGF and 0.75 FTE positions, and these include a part-time attorney and a part-time investigator for FY24. Of that amount, you have 72,000 for salaries and wages, 19,000 for other operating expenses.
All right, committee, are there any questions for Martin? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Martin, could you remind me of the provisions in SB 208 that require more FTEs and funding? I'm trying to recall, and I'm not seeing it in my head.
Martin?
I would have to review the bill to see if...
Okay, didn't know if you had that laying in front of you. Very good.
Any further questions for Martin? Action on this item. All right, see none, it will not be included. All right, Martin, you may move on to the Board of Cosmetology.
The Board of Cosmetology, item A, this is HB 2125. This pertains to the Board of Cosmetology regulations. Again, this is law. So among other provisions, this bill authorizes the Board of Cosmetology to create and issue charitable event permits and demonstration permits, and requires the agency's administrative proceedings to be conducted in accordance with the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act and be reviewable in accordance with the Kansas Judicial Review Act. The agency may also issue cease and desist orders to persons who are not license holders, and shorten the time period for certain case history cards must be retained by licensees. So the enactment of the bill, the board requires an additional $40,000, all from special revenue funds, and 1 FTE for a new senior administrative specialist to work with surrounding states and licensees to create administrative rules and regulations.
So I guess my question would be, there's already senior administrative specialists within the Board of Cosmetology?
There are, but at this point, they only have 1 vacant FTE position, and that is the assistant director position, because there was a new director there. They've indicated this would increase their workload, and so they would request that additional FTE.
I guess I can't foresee how it would increase the workload by that much to have 1 FTE created. Representative Ballard, that's just my opinion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I can address that concern you just had, but furthermore, I think it's the part about this that I think is needed is to issue the cease and desist orders of persons who are not license holders, and shorten the time period. Certain history cards must be retained by licenses. I think they do need an additional person in order to keep tabs on who's renewing and who's not renewing, and there's some people practicing without renewals of their license. So I would be in support of it.
Representative Ballard, do you have a question? Representative Landwehr, sorry. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think you know what you're talking about, Representative. There are individuals that practice within their home and not in a place that's licensed for tattoos or other types of things. This initially came through Commerce, and if it's a charitable event permit, that's a short term. And if it's a demonstration permit, that's also short term. That could be 1 day or a week for a short term license. So I don't know that anyone with that amount of short term could do a cease and desist for a short term license, because if they were there without a license, you might have to go after them after the fact, but they'd already be gone because it's short term. which is separate from the issue that you bring up. So I guess my question is they think that they're going to generate $40,000 worth of permits for this is interesting. And the 1 FT, I agree, is a little bit high for this type of item. But I think they are going to raise more revenue, special revenue fund. So I feel like we should give them some room for that at least. But I would wonder what our chair would say.
Representative Tarwater?
I would think they could handle it with their current staff. And they're currently already doing cease and desist letters for people that aren't licensed. This is all we're asking them to do is to allow for a like a party.
Like a party.
That's the only thing that popped in my mind.
Like a party.
Festival.
Any further discussion? Representative Williams?
Well, I guess it's a question then. If they were to increase, this is going to be a new permit. It's going to have a new fee. So they're going to generate new money. Do we have to give them authority to spend this new money? If we do, then we need to allow for at least the money for the expenditure.
I think we have to give them permission.
Then if that's the case, because they're generating something new that does not exist, I would make a motion if that's correct. If not, I'd strike my motion, but my motion would be that we do give them the $40,000. If they don't generate the $40,000, they're not going to get it. It's through special revenue funds.
Well, it's saying the 40,000 all from special revenue funds and 1 FT.
Right, and I'm only doing the 40.
So you're only doing the 40,000.
Yes.
Right. And I guess I was taking as the reason why they wanted the 40,000 was to fund the 1 FTE. And that's why
I'm giving them but what I'm doing is if they do get the money, because they are going to have a permit, they are going to have more money, that if that one individual doesn't go overtime and we learn differently next year, they at least have the money that they can spend because we approved it, because they're creating a new permit.
Well, what I would probably contend is that we don't allow them to use the 40,000 from the special revenue funds because they want it for the 1 FTE, see how it goes the next year, see how much money is generated. If it substantiates more workload and a 1 FTE that could be funded from the extra revenue that was generated over the next year, then that might be a different story.
Then I'll take back my motion.
Okay. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was going to say something along those lines. The number of special tattoo events with traveling rock star tattoo artists that we're going to see throughout the year in Kansas, I'm not sure that's going to warrant another person. We're talking about probably 2-3 events over the course of the year. Hopefully more. That'd be swell. But in reality, no, I don't see this being a giant event. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on the item? Representative Helgerson.
This isn't something I want to die about, but there is a concern that what we're doing is we're not looking at the fiscal notes and the staffing requirements on all the bills that we're passing. And we're choosing when we hear without a lot of information on whether or not it's necessary or not. I would hope that whoever had this bill come through the committee, they not only ask whether or not the bill is appropriate, but whether or not the fiscal note and the staffing was required before it even gets to us. And what we're doing is asking and picking and choosing whether or not this is appropriate or not, and we're quite often doing it according to whether or not it's political best. On the Attorney General's budget, we did that because it was the Attorney General. But here we're picking and choosing all the agencies. And I just don't think that's good policy. The policy should have been, all of us should have been down on the floor asking questions of the subcommittees and the committees that the bills came from and saying, why do you need SGF to do this bill? Or why do you need more money? They should be doing it, and we should have changed the fiscal notes when the bills are passed. Nobody's looking at this when the bills are being passed, and then we're getting all this.
Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I initially voted no for this, and I'll tell you why. And it might be, if you don't know, vote no. That's always been my philosophy. It's worked. So it says that the Cosmetology Board can create its own charitable event permits. So I know we've been talking tattoos, but does that exclude piercing, hair cutting, etc.? Perms? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So
There'd be a perm party?
I don't know. It could be.
Yeah, yeah.
Or is it more complicated? Is it more complicated than? Does it read more complicated than it is? Does it specify just tattoos?
I think so, yes.
It does.
2125, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Representative Williams.
Thank you.
But thank you, Mr. Chair. But it does include microblading, which is a form of tattooing. So that's what you get. You know, there are some cosmetic things you can do that if you wanted. But anyway, that fall under that. But on the fiscal note, I would say to my representative from Sedgwick County that we do argue over fiscal notes. And I know in education we argue over them, but we don't get a chance to ask them to redo them. They are buried, for example, Department of Education in fiscal note requests. But it's incumbent upon each of us to take a look and say, nah, there's no way. And I know in our calendars, when we go over it, we talk fiscal note almost every single bill, but we don't always buy into it that it necessarily is that. And second thing I'd say is that agencies typically are going to err on taking that extra FTE, err on, it's going to cost me this much more time. So they're going to ask for it because sure, it'd be a lot easier, but it doesn't mean that we should have to do it. So.
Representative Helgerson.
Since I was mentioned, I'm trying to think when the last time I heard somebody go down to the mic and say, this X bill, I don't believe the fiscal note. You know, I think we should go down and challenge the fiscal notes. And most of these I don't agree with, I'll tell you that, because I do think we're spending too much money. And we're passing too many bills that nobody other than us look at the fiscal notes. But, you know, the cosmetology is not the issue. It's whether or not we're going to pass some of these things and whether or not we pass them along. Look at the next one. Is it, if I read that right, is it 131? 131? God. You know, I raised that when that bill was on the floor. And, you know, $13 million. It's not cosmetology. It's that we got to question these budget items before they come through the floor. I apologize to the committee for going off.
Any further discussion on this particular item? Representative Tarwater.
Thanks. In regards to the previous statement, the post-audit committee meets tomorrow, and one of the audits that we have before us is whether or not to choose to audit whether or not these fiscal notes are accurate at all. And we tend to think they're not, so there's probably be one we choose. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. All right, any further discussion? Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Martin, remind me, if I recall, during the Board of Cosmetology's budget proposal initially, I remember their budget being quite healthy compared to everybody else's. Remind me how many unfilled FTEs they had. FTEs was the topic of many conversations during the committee hearings. Do you have that in front of you?
Well, at the time, it was just one.
Okay.
Since then, I don't know if they've made any changes, but at the time their budget was heard, they only had one vacancy. They did request additional 0.5 FTEs for administrative assistant and another 0.5 FTE. So,
and they did not get that, correct?
Correct.
And their one empty one was unfunded or funded?
It is funded. It was the assistant director position because the director moved up.
Okay, thank you, Martin.
I would still contend we see how this special party permit fund goes, and then address it next year. But any further discussion? Any motion? All right, we'll go ahead and move on. This will not be included. We'll go ahead and move on to bids.
Thank you, Chairman. If it's all right with you, I'd like to lump A and B together.
That is perfectly fine.
All right. So A is the ethical caseload staffing enhancement request by the agency. This was requested to be reviewed at omnibus by the conference committee. The conference committee on HB 2184 wanted to review the 13.2 million SGF and 131 FTE positions to address current and projected caseloads in an effort to mitigate current assigned counsel panel shortages. Moving over to GBA number 1, item 5 it's on page 6. The governor's budget amendment includes $1.8 million from SGF to support 15 FTEs. That includes 13 FTEs for public defender positions and 2 FTEs for administrative staff. And this is to address the high caseloads as well as refusal of cases.
All right, committee, any questions for Martin in regards to either what was deferred in conference committee or from the GBA? Is there any motion? Representative Owens.
Well, I want to discuss this just a little bit further because there's no doubt that bids is an important function within our criminal justice system, and we've got to make sure that they have what they need. Now, let's see, the conference committee has agreed to House Bill 2184, which recommends the increases. Has that, and I wasn't paying close attention, has that passed? Was that conference committee already passed?
Martin? I don't believe so.
I'm not following.
So this is predicated on if the conference committee actually passes and is signed into law, then these increases would take effect, correct?
Actually, Chairman, this item was presented at the conference committee, and it was immediately moved to be reviewed at omnibus.
It has not passed.
So it is not currently included in HB 2184.
All right. Well, stand by for just a second. I want to review the governor's budget adjustment real quick.
Any further discussion? Representative Owens?
Yeah, I will make a motion that I like the governor's budget adjustment a little bit better than the first one. And so I think that it's one or the other. Am I understanding that correctly? Would it be duplicative to pass them both?
That is the will of the committee.
Okay, then I'm gonna make a motion that we support the governor's budget adjustment in B and not A.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Hoffman. Discussion on the motion. Representative Carlin.
Thank you. I expect when he closes, he'll tell us, but I'd like to try to figure out what he did. It's accepting the governor's amendment on B, but not A. And so we're not getting the money?
No. If you look at page 6, item number 5 on the top of the page from the governor's budget adjustment, there's almost $1.8 million that's going to be going in to fund the positions the governor included in the GBA, which is sizably less than what was brought to conference of $13.2 million for 131 FTE positions.
Okay.
So he's not accepting A, but he's accepting the governor's budget adjustment after she had met with bids and I think worked out exactly what positions are needed and the funding level.
Thank you for taking the time with that. I think it's important that we understand what we're doing, and I agree that was a huge difference, and I will support the motion. Thank you.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure. So in the governor's budget amendment, this includes the 2 new public defenders' offices. Is that correct?
Martin.
No, those are included in HB 2184. So those were signed when the governor signed 2184. So this is just an additional staffing, reviewing their enhancement requests that they brought earlier. So this is completely separate from those 2 new public defenders' offices.
Okay, so those are already in place or have already been, and so this then just helps fund those functions.
No.
Is that correct? No?
No, Chairman. So those were funded in HB 2184.
Gotcha. Okay.
Representative Francis.
I just wanted to bring that to the point. The Budget Committee did not have this in their recommendation at all. This somehow came up in the Conference Committee in the Senate. The offices that you've already talked about were included in the Budgets Committee's recommendations, and this is just kind of a adder on top of everything else we've already done in this agency over the last year or two.
Any further discussion in regards to the Owens amendment? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, Martin, you may move on to the Judicial Council.
Thank
Item
you.
number A.
Bottom of page 12, you have HB 2131. This is the Judicial Council fee funds. This was signed into law, and this shifts the deposit of docket fees and publication fees collected by the Judicial Council into the SGF, and all remaining monies in the Judicial Council fund are to be transferred to the SGF on July 1, 2023, and the fund is subsequently abolished. The agency estimates revenues from those funds is $723,165, which will be transferred from the special revenue funds into the SGF for FY24. So the Judicial Council requests $696,664 SGF for FY24, indicating the agency would be unable to meet the budgeted expenditures if the fees that are redirected to SGF are not replaced with the appropriation from the SGF. Essentially, their budget expenditure for FY24 is that $696,000, originally special fee funded, special revenue funded, and now they're requesting that to be funded by the SGF.
All right, thank you. Question for Martin. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this was the original intention of HB 2131 all along. Wasn't that mechanism already put into place in the bill, however?
Martin.
While that is in the bill, the funds still need to be appropriated because it's state general funds.
Okay, all right, that's valid. Thank you.
Any further questions for Martin? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this was what was intended when we passed this bill, and so I would make a motion that we allocate the $696,664 in SGF.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Turk. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right.
All right.
Martin, I believe your last one is the Kansas Lottery GBA.
That's correct. So the GBA is on number 1, item 3 on page 4. Director Profit already went through this upstairs, but to give you the skinny, there are increases of $4,250,000 for lottery ticket sales in FY23. And you'll see the increases there in revenue below. There was a decrease in the gaming revenues from the casinos for FY23 of about $400,000, but an increase in $600,000 in FY24. You have an ELARF transfer to the State General Fund of $1,782,023, and that was reduced to $1,694,000. Let's see. And an estimated $132,000 will be transferred to the State General Fund at the end of FY24. On the following page, in the middle of the page, you'll have the sports wagering revenues. So the estimate was increased sports wagering to $50 million in FY23 and up to $100 million in FY24. So that's where you see the $32 million increase for 23 and the $40 million to 24. So that for the Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas Fund is estimated to receive an additional $5.8 million, and the Problem Gaming Addiction Grant would receive an additional $144,000, and an additional $1.3 million will be transferred to the State General Fund at the end of the fiscal year.
Any questions for Martin? All right, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we accept the governor's GBA on Kansas Lottery.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none. Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you, Martin. And now we'll start with Jennifer, who will be starting with the Office of the State Bank Commissioner. Jennifer?
Letter A is review the deletion of the Office of the State Bank Commissioner's budget for fiscal year 24 and 25. This was done by the conference committee. The agency requests $13.0 million, all from special revenue funds for fiscal year 24, and $12.9 million, all from special revenue funds for fiscal year 25. The governor concurred with the agency's special revenue funding request, except for the enhancement requests for increases in staff salary and board member per diem. The governor's recommendation did include funding for 2.0 FTE positions for IT examiners. HB 2184 did remove the entirety of the budget for fiscal years 24 and 25.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. And I would probably contend that we need to put the money back in to fund the state banking commissioner. I believe the Senate was waiting for some information, and that either if it has or has not been received, we still need to fund it, but I think it has been received. Representative Owens, did you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I move that we restore the budget in A. We can certainly discuss B and C separately, but I do want to make sure that we get it restored.
All right, so for item number A, there's been a motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Hoffman. Discussion on the motion. All right, Representative Carlin.
Yeah, thank you. Being on the committee that does the budget, I certainly appreciate the motion, and I will support it.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
Close.
All right, committee heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Now we'll move on to item number B.
Review the Office of the State Bank Commissioner's request for funding and 2.0 FTE positions for IT examiners for fiscal years 23, 24, and 25. This was both a House and a conference committee position. The agency requested funding and 2.0 FTE positions for all 3 fiscal years. The House committee deleted the funding and the FTE positions for the additional IT examiners for fiscal year 23, 24, and 25. House Bill 2184 removed the 2.0 FTE positions, but included the requested funding. The agency does indicate that the additional 2.0 FTE positions and funding would be used for specialized IT examiners. This would help the agency continue its responsibility to conduct meaningful IT examinations for state-chartered banks and licensed entities. These IT exams have been a part of the bank's safety and soundness examination for at least 25 years and are performed at both the state and federal levels. For non-bank financial companies, the agency began including an IT examination component in 2019. Due to the growing size of financial institutions in Kansas, an increased use of technology and money services, and changing threat landscapes, the agency indicates that the average number of hours to complete an IT examination have doubled in the last couple years.
All right, committee, any questions for Jennifer?
And we do, believe it or not.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you may be the one to answer this one. I'm not certain. Where did this just popped up in conference committee? Oh, by the way, we need 2 people. How did this develop?
I believe when Chairman Corbett reported the state banking commissioner's budget, there was a request for 2 FTEs for IT. And at the time, I had made the question that usually all your banks have their own in-house IT positions, but these, I guess, are going out to ensure that the IT is functioning in every single bank, whether that be a nationally chartered or state chartered bank.
All right, and so our committee didn't agree with that?
No, we did not have the positions in. I believe we took the positions out when Chairman Corbett reported that budget.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm up to speed now. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any particular motion? Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we would add the 2 FTE positions as requested by the Bank Commission.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Ballard.
Yeah, I guess so.
Discussion on the motion.
Do it, yeah.
She wants to do something besides social services. Give her a break.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Give her a break.
Representative Ballard? All right, seeing no discussion, Representative Carlin, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the conversation about this was that the growing IT threats and the growing size of financial institutions has made them feel they needed to do this. A lot of banks are combining and growing. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wait until I take my pain pills. I'll be a little bit more fun on this committee. All right, item number C. Jennifer.
Item C is to review the agency's request for an increase for board member compensation for fiscal year 24 and 25. This was a Senate and a conference committee. The agency requests an additional $12,420 each year for fiscal year 24 and 25 for increases in board member compensation. This would increase the board member compensation from the current $35 to $150 per meeting attended. The governor did not include this enhancement request. The Senate committee did add the $12,420 as well as language directing that this money could only be used if there is a change in the statutory limit in the board member per diem. House Bill 2184 does not include the funding but agreed to review it omnibus. The agency has historically reported having issues recruiting for the board due to, in large part, the low per diem. I will note that House Bill 2449, which increases the per diem rate for all statutory boards from $35 to $88.66, is currently in Senate Committee on Ways and Means.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. I having been the chairman of the Employee and Benefits Compensation Committee, whatever that was, I don't know, Representative Sutton was on it. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. And one of our recommendations was House Bill 2449. And that was one of the contentions that we made in conference, is that it passed the House, it has not passed the Senate. And so I actually would prefer not adopting this. And if we go into conference and House Bill 2449 does not pass, we insert that in the conference committee report for the omnibus budget, so all boards and commissions are equalized and paid the same. I guess I'll make the motion that we do not adopt this and then have a discussion in regards to House Bill 2449 during conference committee. Is there a second? Second by Representative Landwehr. Any discussion? I know, but she said second. You're just holding your fingers in the air.
Too late.
Yeah. Nice joke. I still have it, too. I still have my finger.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to copy for Sutton?
Yeah, please. Any further discussion?
Sutton, I have all of them.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, I will move my motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Nice one, Bill. All right. We'll go ahead and move on to the Governmental Ethics Commission.
First up is HB 2184, which is the Governmental Ethics Civil Penalties Proviso, which was line item vetoed. The governor line item vetoed the requirement to redirect the civil penalties from the Governmental Ethics Fee Fund to the SGF for fiscal year 24 and 25. This is due to the fact that it's also found in House Sub for Senate Bill 208, which was signed into law on April 14th, 2023.
Really, if this was signed into law and she did the line item veto, there's really nothing we need to do on this item particularly,
No.
right? All right. You may move on to item B.
House Sub for Senate Bill 208, the Campaign Finance Act reform. Among other provisions, House Sub for Senate Bill 208 amends provisions in the Campaign Finance Act on topics including procedures of the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission. The agency requests an additional $3,250 SGF expenditures in fiscal year 23 and $13,000 SGF expenditures each year for fiscal year 24 and 25. These funds would be used to maintain a separate attorney during commission hearings and for removing hearings from the Governmental Ethics Commission to the Office of Administrative Hearings upon the request of a respondent.
All right. Any questions for Jennifer in regards to item number B?
have to do anything.
I guess the one question I would have is there's no way to absorb $3,250 and $13,000?
The agency requested the $13,000 and the $3,250.
But there's no way that can be absorbed?
I would have to check with the agency.
I would probably say that they could find that small of a dollar amount absorbed within their current budget, and so there was no need for item number B. I don't know what the committee thinks, but that's just my personal.
Well, I do have a question.
I still have my finger. I was in surgery last night to keep it. Anyway. All right, any other discussion? Representative Ballard.
I'm just saying, when we have small budgets, it's like we really spend a lot of time on small budgets, and big budgets stand a good chance. But I'm just wondering, what is their budget that when we make that statement, I'm sure they can absorb it?
Dylan is saying about 900,000 total, 500,000 SGF. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Okay, we'll just go ahead and move on from this item, and it will not be included. We'll move on to the Kansas Insurance Department for item number A.
House Bill 2093 is the group-funded pools refund fund. Among other provisions, House Bill 2093 establishes the group-funded pools refund fund for the purposes of refunding monies collected from assessments. They were collected to cover administration and supervision of the group-funded pools and group-funded workers' compensation pools. In order for expenditures to be made from this fund, it will need to be included in an act of appropriations.
All right. Any questions for Jennifer? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that we include the appropriation for the funded pools refund fund. I just wanted to be able to say that.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Sutton. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now on to the Office of the Secretary of State. Item number A. Jennifer?
The Senate sub for House Bill 2053, which is the presidential preference primary. This provides for a presidential preference primary to be held on March 19th, 2024. It also establishes voter registration and voting procedures for the election. This is an additional election that is not otherwise scheduled or budgeted. Prior law allows counties to submit direct expenses of the election to the Secretary of State's office for review and reimbursement. The agency requests an additional $4.7 million SGF for reimbursement for the 105 counties.
All right, any questions for Jennifer? Any discussion on the item itself? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I disapproved of the bill to begin with, we did pass it. I will make the motion to actually fund what we passed.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Turk. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Representative Sutton, you may close.
I do close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Now we'll move on to the Office of the State Treasurer. Jennifer?
Item A is House Bill 2184, the Build Kansas Matching Grant Program, which was a line item veto. The governor line item vetoed the Build Kansas program's funding and proviso sections for fiscal years 24 through 28. The veto message includes that the language in Build Kansas sets up a process in which many communities would not be able to compete for one-time federal infrastructure grants, as the communities would have to seek legislative approval and potentially the approval of 2 other agencies before applying for the federal funding.
All right, any questions for Jennifer? And I'm going to go ahead and have you move on to the next item, item number B, because that was a line item veto as well.
House Bill 2184, the alternatives to abortion program, was also line item vetoed. She vetoed the $2 million funding and all the provisos for fiscal year 24. The veto message indicates that this does not fall under the Office of the Secretary of State's Secretary of Treasurer's Office of the State Treasurer's role, and the contract would provide taxpayer funding to largely unregulated pregnancy resource centers.
All right. Any questions for Jennifer? Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the committee support the override of the veto on A and B.
Committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Sutton. Any discussion on the motion? Representative Helgerson.
Mr. Chairman, we've had a little bit of this conversation, and my concern is with A, that if it is unworkable by the way the administration reads it, we may end up not funding the program. Now, I'm being totally frank with everybody. I'm happy with that because I don't want to spend the money. But if you believe in the program, you probably, and the administration says it's unworkable under the way they read it, you might see if there's a way of changing it before you pass it into law with the funding. I know that the majority of the body feels that this is the way to go. But if the administration thinks it's unworkable to have a new commission of 10 people, no one from the governor's office, that the time constraints won't work, we probably should try to solve it now than trying to pass it and deal with it later on.
And you're on item number A, right?
I'm on A.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, just build.
Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't understand the administration's concern at all. We're trying to help small communities out there that don't have adequate funds to match. They don't have to use state funds for their matching. And then it's not going to happen either. But, you know, we talk about maintaining control of the appropriations process in government, and this is one of those ways that we can do that. So, again, I don't understand the administration's concern.
Any further discussion on the motion? Representative Landwehr?
So you're doing A and B?
Correct. Yes.
And is there any reason why we can't come back to these tomorrow?
We can.
Okay.
It depends how far we get. We may not be here tomorrow, but. Any further discussion? Representative Landwehr.
I guess I just took exception on B that these were unregulated pregnancy resource centers because I think that we've got at least 10 of them out there that actually may be healthcare type facilities, which means that they are regulated and they are monitored and different things. So second of all, the Treasurer's Office was not set up to manage and monitor these. It was just set up to do the RFP. That's it. And I think our treasurer, Stephen Johnson, is actually capable of handling an RFP, and his staff would be as well. So I don't have something at this time right now, Mr. Chairman, but I do have something in the works.
All right. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right. Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Moving on to item number C.
This is to review the amount of funding for the Star Bond Sales Tax Revenue Replacement Fund for fiscal year 24. The governor recommended a transfer of $15.4 million SGF to the Star Bond Sales Tax Revenue Replacement Fund for fiscal year 24, which is an increase of $8.4 million from the agency's request. This is due to the governor's recommendation to move the elimination of the state sales tax to zero on April 1st, 2023. The House Committee and the Senate Committee both deleted the $15.4 million transfer to review at omnibus. The Conference Committee added the $15.4 million transfer back into House Bill 2184. So it is currently standing at $15.4 million. Senate Bill 169, which was vetoed this morning, did, among other provisions, accelerate the elimination of the state sales tax and compensating rates to 0% on July 1st. Under current law, the revised estimate from the agency is $7 million. If SB 169 is overridden, then the revised fiscal impact is 12.2 million, or 11.2 million.
Is that an additional 11.2 million on the 15.4?
No, that is a total.
That's a
they
total
are
amount.
bringing the number down from 15.4 to 11.2.
Okay. And so the original 15.4 was to backfill the amount of the reduction in the food sales tax that we currently have in law.
No, the 15.4 million was the governor's recommendation, which went along with her April 1st, 2023, go to zero.
Going to zero, okay. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that the definition of food may have changed. I should know that. And I was wanting to ask about how that changes the number, but also how many grocery stores do we have in Star-Bond districts? Because as I think about it, most of them are rich with restaurants, which wouldn't qualify. So I think predominantly we're talking about grocery stores, correct?
Jennifer?
I do not have that information currently in front of me. I'd be happy to get it for you.
Okay.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you. Our Star-Bonds district does have a Hy-Vee in it and actually was built around putting a Hy-Vee down there to bring in the revenue. So I don't know about other communities, but we do have it. And of course, any food that's sold at a gas station or anything else is subject to this, right? If it's a food item, not gasoline. I mean, food items are food items wherever, and that was one of the problems, was everybody getting their system set up.
I believe there's a criteria for food items. I don't think it changed from the original.
Right.
Yeah.
It hasn't changed. So.
No. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, so 15.4 million, we agreed to that in the conference. So that's already there. They're saying now it would be 11.2 million. If we just do nothing, the 11.2 million will be done and the rest of it will be lapsed back. Is that how that works, or?
If nothing is done, then the transfer will happen with the amount as needed under law. Currently under law, as it stands right this second, the amount would be $7 million. If Senate Bill 169 is overridden, it'd be the 11.2. You have the 15.4 would not end up being the transfer at this point. It's just a matter of, at this point, you asked to have a better estimate, and so this is the estimates that we have as of this point.
So it'll either be the 7 or the 11.2.
Unless something else comes up in somewhere else.
Representative Helgerson.
So the 7 is going to occur, and since nothing is passed, our position would be do nothing until a bill passes, right? That's where we're at now.
The 7 million is where we are at now.
Okay, so you're saying, as of current law right now, 7 million would be transferred. If 169 would be overridden, it'd be 11.2.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make a motion that we lapse the 15.4 to 11.2 million.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second, Representative Sutton. Discussion on the motion. Representative Sutton.
I'm fine, absolutely. Obviously, I seconded it. I'm fine with the motion. But I think all of this is going to take place whether we do anything right now or not. Isn't it just, I mean, we don't really have to touch this, do we?
We're recognizing the transfer to have it reflective on our profile.
Very good. All right, well, let's do that then.
Thank you, Dylan. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, now on to item number D. Jennifer.
The Senate sub for House Bill 2302 is the water supply storage debt payment. Among other provisions, Senate sub for House Bill 2302 appropriates $52.0 million in fiscal year 23 from the SGF to the water supply storage debt payment for Milford and Perry Reservoir account. This is a separate appropriation from the $52.0 million in House Bill 2184, which was signed on April 21st. Taken together, both bills appropriate a total of $104 million to the water supply storage debt payment for Milford and Perry Reservoirs account. So basically,
This is double funded.
yes, it's as of right now, it's a double fund of $52 million from the
So with
budget bill.
with the movement of the $52 million into the state treasurer for an investment fund in regards to Milford and Perry, what would be the appropriate wording to negate the amount for House Bill 2302? Just delete the transfer? Okay.
I would defer to Jill with the revisor's office.
We're getting
for
the
language.
information from Jill on the appropriate wording. Since we already appropriated it in 2184 for the investment fund, we would lapse the appropriation in 2302. I said well, that was the second action that was taken, was $52 million in 2184. So if we would leave that, we would just need to lapse the transfer in 2302. Okay, so I would make the motion that we will keep the transfer of 2184, which is already signed into law by the governor, and lapse the transfer of Senate substitute for House Bill 2302 of $52 million, so we're not double funded. Seconded by Representative Carlin. Any discussion on the motion? All right. I close on my motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you, Jennifer. James. Now we'll move on to the Office of Information Technology Services.
Good afternoon. I'm James Fisher with Legislative Research. This is Office of Information Technology Services, Item A. It's GBA number 1, Item 4. It can be found on page 4 of the GBA document. This is for $2.5 million SGF for an extended vendor contract for increased cost associated with the agency's data center as a service offering. The Director of the Budget indicated during his presentation this morning that the contract was extended and there were additional costs associated from the vendor.
All right, any questions for James? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that we accept GBA for the Office of Information Technologies.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Curtis. Discussion on the motion. Could you please repeat the motion?
That we would accept the GBA for Office of Information Technology Services, $2.5 million.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. All right, that was easy for you, James.
Sure was.
All right, Dylan, Department of Children and Families.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I don't know if this will make you happy or sad, but we have now caught up to where the Senate started on the omnibus memorandum. So that's roughly half the number of items have now been completed inside of the memo at this point. and the Senate is almost done, but that's neither here nor there. So DCF, starting with item A, it's HB 2184. There was a sole source contract line item veto. That's the way it was described in the veto message. There was a $2.5 million SGF that has been vetoed for foster care licensing and placement software. This removes the policy from the bill. So I'm going to revisit this foster care licensing and placement software in a moment, but this one would actually remove the actual policy. Moving forward. Item B, HB 2094, non-cooperation with child support. It's also requiring the Secretary to conduct reviews of cooperation, requiring work registrants aged 50 through 59 to complete an employment and training program to receive food assistance. This bill is with the governor currently. The bill would continue existing statutory requirements that parents cooperate with child support services. It's administered by DCF as a condition of receiving the child care subsidy and maintaining periods of ineligibility for child care subsidy non-cooperation. DCF indicates that the bill has an estimated federal funds impact of $1.4 million. The funds are available to fully cover those additional expenses based upon the current federal awards. No state general funds would be required. The item to be addressed there would just be, do you want to add the federal funds spend or not? On the second portion of the bill, which came from HB 2140, the bill would amend law pertaining to eligibility requirements for the food assistance program, SNAP, to require work registrants age 50 through 59 without dependents who are not exempt under federal law to participate in an employment and training program. Like I said, that was formerly in HB 2140. Moving to page 16. DCF indicates these provisions have an estimated impact of $1 million, including 511-288 SGF with a 50-50 match of SNAP employment and training administrative funds. About 631,000 of that, just over 632,000 closer, estimated annual cost to serve the SNAP ENT clients, and an additional 391,063 annually for the 6 additional FTEs for the program.
So, Dylan, really, there's nothing to do on A because we could take that override up. But item number B is a request by the governor. So we need to have some type of action on item number B.
So it's not a request by the governor. That's just where the bill currently is. So the bill has been passed by both chambers. It's sitting on the governor's desk. It's waiting for her signature or her veto or whatever it is she's going to do with it. The agency is indicating has about $1.4 million in federal funds expenditures. This Appropriations Committee could decide to approve those.
She just vetoed the bill.
Happened while we're happened here today. All right.
So as long as the information that we have is correct, I would probably entertain a motion for A and B to be looked at as a veto override.
So moved.
Are you making the initial motion, Representative Owens?
With your permission, sir, I apologize. I spoke out of order.
All right. Is there a second? Second by Representative Landwehr. Discussion on the motion. Representative Landwehr.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if a veto override does not happen, I'm concerned on line item A because it was my understanding that there was a potential cost of federal dollars on the child care subsidy money because we would not necessarily be in compliance with the changes that the feds made. What do we know on that?
That I don't know.
I mean, there is a frequent review of compliance. I mean, that is correct. I mean, if there's no veto override, then there is a compliance issue.
So you could either have a substitute that in regards to item number A, if the veto override does not pass, we fund it by another method. Well, I guess SGF, but she'd probably veto it again.
Well, I'm just trying to this is the problem with us trying to crunch this all into such a short window here. I mean, I don't know that I've ever sat through appropriations and tried to work omnibus, and we still got vetoes that are coming to us. This just doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't even know that happened until Representative Owen said it just happened.
Right. Well, and then my concern is, we don't even get, we probably need to have a discussion with the governor's office to figure out, okay, then what would make her happy on this here so that we could come in and not just set up another line item veto situation, because we can't afford to lose any of these federal funds. So maybe we can get someone from the governor's office to talk to us between now and tomorrow?
That can be a request.
I mean, because I hate to just make because I hate to make a substitute motion just to, put this back in to have her veto it again. So it's like, what do we need to do? What needs to be satisfied to make this happen? Because I don't think this is something we want to be out of compliance on.
Mr. Chairman, another issue, and I would defer to Jill and Jesse, frankly, on this point, but you might explore a proviso for the compliance portion. Only for 1 year if your primary issue is compliance on basically there's two pieces of this. There's 2179 and 2140. So like I said, I would defer to the Office of the Revisor of Statutes to determine whether or not that would be a legitimate approach to this issue.
2179?
Correct.
Yeah, in the first.
So 2194 contains the provisions of 2179 and 2140 originally. And so there's really two policy issues that are contained inside this item.
Well, I think the anticipation is we're going to be taking up probably the bulk, if not all, of the governor's vetoes. And so if these would be overridden, there would be no compliance issue.
Right.
But if they're not, then we will. And that's when we would have to come back and try to have some type of wording in regards to addressing the compliance.
Well, I guess that's why, I think if we could take and someone would visit with us from the governor's office between today and tomorrow, then we could take and resolve this, because I don't think this is a path that we want to go down. This is childcare.
Well, we can go ahead and have the motion that Representative Owen has with the condition that we have somebody from the governor's office reach out to us on what would be appeasing to them.
Okay, and I'd be happy to visit with them, or you and the vice chair, whichever, but something needs to be resolved on that.
I'll have you do that.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman.
All right, back on the motion. All right, seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, just to make sure I'm 100% clear on what the position is due to the look at a veto override, but on item for the SNAP funding, would that add the SNAP funding as a House position, or would that not if the veto was overridden? Because there's an agency request for funding.
I would say that'd be a House position because we've been having the discussion in here. And then we'll get with Representative Landwehr and myself and get in contact with the governor's office and then try to have a conversation about those two items. Or just the one item. Just the one item.
Well, I'm happy to take and have the discussion on the other one as well, Mr. Chairman. I just, A was the one that I'd been paying attention to and had been following a little bit more, but I'm happy to help where I can.
Right. We'll just have a discussion with the governor's office in regards to each of those items,
So item C on page 16, that's a GBA number 1, item 1, page 2. This is part of Human Services Consensus Caseloads. I believe Megan has already largely covered this and it's been reviewed. So I would just stand for questions on the TANF and foster care portions unless somebody in here would like me to read it one more time.
Any questions for Dial in regards to GBA, which is item number C? If we want to accept it, we need a motion. Representative Landwehr?
I move that we accept it.
All right. You've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the motion? All right. Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close.
Close.
All right. Committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Other statewide adjustments.
So, Mr. Chairman, to make this entirely clear, these were a variety of items that do not change the budget in any way. They're simply technical adjustments that we need to make to HB 2184 to effectuate the will of the conference committee. So they vary item by item, but I was just going to walk you through them real quick. The first one is on DCF. It's delete 3.6 million SGF and duplicative appropriations for the Hope Branch, foster care software, and We Can Drive. All three of those items would continue to be appropriated with their own budget units. It's just there's some additional appropriated dollars for those items in their operating line. Second one on DCF is relocate language providing for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library 501c3 from DCF to the Children's Cabinet. So language is in the bill, we're just attaching it to a different line. For Kansas Board of Regents, appropriating $1 million SGF for the state scholarship program for 25. For Kansas Department of Labor, correct the fiscal year reference in the Workmen's Compensation Fee Fund and add $53,444 for 24 non-reportable expenditures. Turning to page 17. Department of Administration, add $40,670 SGF for 24 to include budgeted reappropriations. Department of Administration, delete $15,000 SGF for the Friends of Cedar Crest Association due to double appropriation. And Department of Administration, reduce the hospitality proviso in the division of budget from $2,000 to $1,000 due to elimination of the division of policy. So, in each one of those cases, those were all items that were taken, but they were not correctly reflected in HB 2184. So adoption of these technical adjustments would simply bring that bill into concurrence with the will of the conference committee.
All right. All right. Any questions for Dylan in regards to the other statewide adjustments? So just technical adjustments that need to be made to reflect the will of the body.
That is correct.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept the technical adjustments to House Bill 2184, seconded by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close on my motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. We move on to item number B.
So HB 2184, Federal Grant Funding Database. This is the line item veto. The governor line item vetoed Section 143 of HB 2184, which would have required any grant awarded by any agency using state or federal funds to publicize a list of all applicants who applied for such grant. That information would include the applicant's name, the county where the proposed project is located, a brief description of the proposed project, the dollar amount requested, the date that the above agency received such application, and it would require publication.
All right, and this was a floor amendment on the House, correct?
That's
the
correct.
Transparency piece?
That's correct.
Okay. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so it actually says here it's to publicize a list of all applicants. Wouldn't it be the list of all recipients? Because that's currently what the economic incentive database is. It's not for every business or individual that wants or applies for some type of grant or tax credit. So is that a mistake, or is that actually how that was written?
I believe Jill is responding to that, and so it may be a mistake.
No, this is correct. It was my understanding the intent was all applications because they wanted to see who applied for them and then ultimately who got them.
Okay, so I remember the floor amendment, and I would agree that all the applicants, if you have 800 applicants like we talked about here, putting all of those on this economic incentive database, which is, I hope that Commerce can take a look at that next year because it is not complete. I mean, we're looking at 3 or 4 years later, and it's not where I would want the Department of Commerce to be in terms of transparency, but adding all the applicants. So I guess my question is, I don't feel like that fulfilled it. Is there anything that we can do we could adapt this right here in a motion, could we not?
We could and just have it be
an
amendment.
Omnibus.
Yeah, in our omnibus budget bill, it would be an amendment.
Would that be appropriate here or later?
You could do it now, and then we just probably wouldn't take up the veto override if we go ahead and put it into the budget bill.
And maybe we'd want to do either. I don't know.
Or you can make it conditional. If the vetoed is not overridden, then the language that you want to supply into the omnibus budget bill would then be inserted.
Okay, I might do that. And the backstory on that is currently right now that database is supposed to include any monies, any program that are over $50,000. And as we all know, that these federal grant programs or that came in through ARPA, there's some significant dollars. And if it was under $50,000, it would not be on this. But the idea is for each of us to understand our communities better, our counties better, to know who in our community is receiving something, who is not applying. It's very helpful for us when we're talking to those businesses, that didn't get it. We can see where they did receive it, what areas. And so my motion would be contingent on no veto override, that the language would be the same, except it wouldn't be applicants, it would be recipients. Because I would think that the governor would support transparency for those that actually received funds and it would have to be within that $50,000, because I think it would be $50,000 or over, because that's what that database does. It's $50,000 or more for a program.
Committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Landwehr. Discussion on the motion, Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd also be interested, and perhaps the governor's office would share with us why she decided that this was not a good bill to have, because I believe that this was actually brought about by a legislator because someone in their small town community may have received a grant awarded, and this entity actually is not a part of that community. They just kind of did a little address and said, yeah, we're here and give us this, and now they've got some money, but they're not part of that community. So it gives, like the representative said, it gives us more transparency.
Well, and going back to that example that you shared, that's exactly right. And what they did is they supplied themselves with a P.O. box, and then now we have a base 2.0 program that's out there, and the conditions of that is if your county was awarded dollars in base 1, you cannot receive dollars in base 2. And so now that small county is not able to access dollars for a business that's actually in their county, as opposed to in base 1, it was somebody from out of county that, I guess, set up residency to get the dollars. I agree with you. That's the reason why we need to have this transparency and see the recipients.
So I'm supportive of the representative's motion, but I would think, being as we're going to have a conversation with the governor's office anyway, this is something we could discuss, is why she did not see this as being important. Because if we've got people that are abusing this, and then they're going to cause communities not be able to get funds in the future or the next go around, that's just wrong, because our small communities need it.
And I think I'd have to talk to the maker of the amendment, but I believe the reason why she wanted applicant was to see the initial application of where that business was located, and then not after they got it. That's why she wanted applicant and not recipient. But you're right. So I think this is a good step with recipient being listed as far as transparency, but there is, in regards to Representative Landwehr, there's a much larger item that needs to be addressed.
So could we get that when we have the visit with the governor's office on the other issue, is find out why on 2184, because it doesn't state here why it was vetoed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Carlin?
Yeah, I think I agree with the thinking on the recipients, but I guess, is it just because the database would not want to handle so many applicants? I would like to know who got passed over as well as who received. Why, if I was going to look at that and say my county did or didn't apply for something and should or shouldn't have, and why, I wouldn't know if I didn't know the applicants. So I don't mind having the recipients, but I would also like to have the applicants if that's possible. And I don't understand why it is not possible.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that would be up to the governor, because as we know, we had a huge discussion about all of the applicants, the 800 applicants that were that did go through the process and then were not given anything, and we were not, as a committee, given those names. We did not have that. However, so the governor has that ability to provide that to you or to our committee. We have not received it. However, this puts it on a database that is not intended for applications. It's intended to show you who is receiving economic incentives. So I really wouldn't want it all buried in lots of applications. I would want it to, and actually, Chairman, I look at this list here, all of that would have to be changed. Not only the applicant changed to recipient, but it's more in tune to their address. Whatever is required right now for the database is what we would say would be required for those, which means what's your award amount, what's your address. Of course, we know it's basically the same thing, but it's whatever is currently required to be reported in the database.
Okay. Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff did take and share with me, because it was in the message from the governor regarding the line items that this committee did not receive. Regarding discretionary grant awards, much of this information is already available. This also could have a detrimental effect on encouraging new and smaller communities from applying and lead to cybersecurity risks. Then I don't understand the cybersecurity risk. I'd like to hear an explanation on that. Initial applicants often have missing or insufficient information, yet they may be approved in future years after working with staff to improve their proposal. If applicants know that their unsuccessful attempts will be shared, it will discourage many from applying. This language is also ambiguous and could risk requiring the creation of a massive bureaucracy to track all state and federal funds that are awarded prior to a final award. I would encourage the legislature to work with my administration to determine that there are additional information needed and how to provide that. Well, I think that, we need that now. Do what? What?
I was just going to say, some of this doesn't have to be public. It can be
Right. Somehow it's got to, it's got to be able to be shared with us, Mr. Chairman, if it's not shared out on the public or whatever, so that we know that our communities are being taken care of. Because I think what happened in that particular county is fraud.
I would agree, because actually I was in a town hall that weekend when the awards went out, and nobody in the community knew who that business was, and I was in that community. Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it says those who applied, we spent an awful lot of time this year in this legislature talking about transparency and wanting to know almost everything down to how many plies of toilet paper is used every trip. If that's what we want to do, then that's fine. But I think again, we can always change this, but if it's those that apply, because many of us who represent small communities were denied this largesse of Uncle Joe's money. And I think that's where this is coming from. And so, Uncle Joe is? So, and I think that's where it is, because I think, and again, I would agree with my colleague from Sedgwick County, maybe to make it to appropriations or those committees as legislators that know, but again, under the guise of transparency, it's all out there. I think to say you're embarrassing a community, my communities want to know, because my communities come and ask me, how come we got denied? I have no clue. You know how many calls and texts and emails I've received? When's those announcements going to be made? Well, I don't know, in a week, maybe a month, maybe 6 months. We're just frustrated. And so to my friend from Butler, I appreciate your motions, but I would support the language where it is right now. And then if it's too much information, again, don't want to embarrass anybody, but if we're going to be transparent, let's do a deep dive, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I think that's the reason why it's conditional on if there is a override on the initial language. Representative Landwehr.
Well, and I think being as we are making it conditional to that, again, it goes back to the governor's office should come to us, and let's see if we can't work out something now, because this is going to happen again, and we don't want it to happen again. And that company should lose those funds. And I hope that in the future that community doesn't get penalized for that company taking money that didn't belong to them.
Unfortunately, I think at this time of the day, they've lost. Any further discussion on the Williams amendment? All right, seeing none, Representative Williams may close.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I close. Thank you.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. All right, Dylan, move on to number C. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item C, Budget Stabilization Fund, House and Senate Committee action, both. House Bill 2184 included language stating that no transfers shall occur automatically from excess receipts when the balance of the Budget Stabilization Fund exceeds 15% of actual tax receipts. Based upon the current estimate of receipts for 23, no automatic transfers would occur when the Budget Stabilization Fund balance exceeds $1.46 billion. There was Willow Committee on conversation with the chairman just to review whether that 15% is the correct percentage to choose. The excess receipts that I'm talking about are currently at the end of the fiscal year. The consensus revenue, if the consensus revenue estimates that we'll get $9 billion in SGF, but we end up getting $9.5 billion in SGF, $250 million would go to the Budget Stabilization Fund, $250 million would stay in the SGF. This would say once that 15%, once that Budget Stabilization Fund equals 15% of those receipts, then no transfers would occur. So we'd stop those transfers. So the question is just, is 15%, it's already in law, is 15% the number you wish to keep?
Any questions for Dylan? I guess my question would be, so we put in an additional $100 million above the governor's request of $500 million. Mm-hmm. And if this morning when I was listening to the meeting, the $500 million is going in 2023 and then $100 million is going in
I actually think they're both in 23. I think it's the full.
That's what I thought too when I was listening to that this morning. I didn't think that was correct. Mm-hmm. I thought we made it a $600 million transfer in 2023. So that budget stabilization fund is going to be sitting at a little under $1.7 billion. So I really don't, I would have the notwithstanding language in regards to the automatic transfer that we have in statute. That'd be my preference, because I think we're sitting fairly well with $1.7 billion in the rainy day fund.
That fund is also drawing interest on the balances in that fund because by law it gets to keep its interest, and with the high interest rates, it's drawing $3 to $4 million per month.
So leaving the language as it is this pretty much the notwithstanding clause?
So this language was also in like another policy bill, and it's just creating a cap. So what this did is it created a cap at which point the Budget Stabilization Fund is deemed to have adequate funding. Okay, and this is set at 15%. The question, and there was no discussion that happened during the budget process of whether 15% was the correct number or not. So this is just giving the House Appropriations Committee and the Senate Ways and Means Committee a chance to weigh in on that 15%.
Okay. Well, I would still contend that if we're having $1.7 billion in the Budget Stabilization Fund, we're drawing interest. I really don't see any reason why we need to have the statutory transfer made due to the tax receipts. So it'd be my preference that we have the notwithstanding clause. Do you want to make a motion? Representative Helgerson.
I'll make the motion that we put in the language that says notwithstanding. So we put in the cap amount.
So just to be 100% clear, language is already in the bill. No action needs to be taken.
Okay.
All you
So
need to do is do nothing.
Okay.
All right, we're good. All right. Thank you, Dylan. I thought we had to put the language in.
Yep.
All right, Stephen, we're going to move on to state employee pay.
Good afternoon, committee. State employee pay, item A, is the governor's 5% statewide adjustment. Both House and Senate committees had moved to remove that for the mega bill for review at Omnibus. We're now at Omnibus. Just for a refresher, that plan is a little under $170 million. About $65.5 million of it is from SGF. It provides a 5% salary increase for most statewide employees. There are a number of number of exclusions that you'll see detailed out in page 17. So, for example, statewide elected officials, legislators, employees of the judicial branch, those aren't included in this plan. The governor's recommendation also includes language authorizing the implementation of market adjustments. And so currently, this funding is not has not been added in any way. Should the committee decide to do so, around now would be the time to do so. So we'd be happy to answer questions on the pay plan here, or to move on to the next item.
All right, so looking on the next few pages, this may be a discussion that needs to all happen at once. So in the governor's 5% salary increase, she excluded temporary employees, statewide elected officials, legislators, employees of the judicial branch, highway patrol, law enforcement, legislators, teachers, licensed personnel, employees at the schools for the blind and the deaf, and employees at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. So, are there any questions for Stephen? I guess that's the way I first open it up.
If
yes, Stephen.
you would like, I could also provide a bit more detail
the other
on the next
items,
few
and then we'll
pages.
probably come up with a composite plan.
Sure. If you'll turn to page 18, item B details the various agency pay plans and salary adjustments that you have seen throughout session. These are all items that the committee has marked for review at Omnibus. These are all items that have come before this committee before. These will largely have appeared in agency budget requests, whether they were deleted and removed for review at this point, or whether they were deleted and removed for review at this point in the budget committee process or at conference. These are all reflected here. The table on page 18 details line by agency what those items are. If you'll go down through page 18 and in the pages that follow, you'll see some additional details on each of those items. Like I mentioned, these are all items that these should all sound familiar because these are all items that has appeared before this committee before. So at this point, we'd be happy to answer questions on any of these or on the salary adjustments as a whole.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen, there are, just real quickly looking through here, there's a couple of places where there was already a salary adjustment plans going forward, like it might be the second year or third year, and they were stopped. Am I right? It looks like there's one KBI, and I think there was also for the something with the judicial branch, like the there was another one that was in the third year, and it was stopped.
The judicial branch items are all just new enhancements for fiscal year 24.
Okay, it may not have been the judicial branch. It might have been the county detention officers.
I'd have to look into that. But to answer your question about KBI, those are a continuation of the career progression plans. You'll find those detailed on page 20. This would be for commissioned officers as well as for forensic scientists.
And those were set aside?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the last year of those?
Oh, I'd have to look for a nod. Oh, I'm getting a shaking of heads. So, yeah, it's a continuation. It's not the last year of it.
Oh, it's a continuation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any further questions for Stephen or any other discussion? I mean, Representative Helgerson, go ahead.
The governor, let me go back. Governor had 165 million in, correct?
169.5.
169.5. And the governor's recommendation was, how is that going to get distributed?
It would be like in previous years where there would be a statewide adjustment. If a bill of appropriations with that adjustment passes, there would be a certification process. State Finance Council would ultimately have to sign off on the final number before they go into effect.
But was it on a percentage basis for every employee?
Yes. The governor's plan is just a flat 5%.
A flat 5%. Was there any additional compensation for individuals that worked in areas that we felt were underpaid?
Not by position. However, the governor's recommendation does include language to allow for undermarket adjustments if a position is more than 5% under market. Gives the governor the authority to adjust those the pay for those positions.
Would that be handled by the Finance Council then?
The way it is written in the governor's recommendation version of the bill, no, it would just grant the governor that authority.
So the governor could decide, though, on amounts of money to be raised, but the base would, everybody would get the 5%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have there been any hearings on the recommendations we're going to have now? You know, and alternative proposals about how we fund it.
As far as I'm aware, any discussions that have involved state employee pay have occurred in a committee of appropriation.
Okay. That's all for now. Thank you.
And I believe the only plan that we actually ever discussed in appropriations was the governor's 5% across the board pay increase. Now, I will say when we had the special committee on state employee and compensation or benefits, we did talk about state employee pay. And so, I mean, there's been many positions that we have as far as state employees that are severely under market. And I think this is something that I brought up in appropriations as well. They're severely under market. We have positions that are overly over market. And if you do a 5% across the board pay increase, you are just widening the gap. And if the governor has the authority to move individuals who are under market to 5%, I don't know why we still have positions that are still severely under market. So the plan that, since we had the committee, and as I mentioned before, Representative Sutton was on that committee, and you know we had a huge packet with all state employees listed on there. And we had some employees that were 24% below market. We had some that were 37% above market. So if we want to try to equalize the pay, I'm going to offer an amendment in regards to employee pay. One, if you are in a pay progression, as of right now, you would not qualify for the pay increase because you are already in a pay plan that you are getting a pay increase already as it is. So that would be the first condition. The second would be we also did have the passage of the statewide elected officials and the judges. So, and I don't know if that includes judges and justices.
Yes, it does.
So the judges and justices would be excluded because they already received a pay increase in the bill that the governor has signed. Now, the non-judge staff would receive a pay increase. Yes.
A quick clarification on the elected officials and judges and justices' pay. That bill doesn't kick in until January of 2025.
They're still getting a sizable pay increase.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify for the committee.
Yes. And that's July 1 of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. January 1 of 2025. Okay. So we're going to be funding it next year. So I think they can hold out because it's going to be a sizable pay increase. So if we want to address those individuals, those certain positions that are 10% or below market, according to the study that was given to us by the Department of Administration during the special committee on state employee and benefits, they would be brought up to 10% below market. That in some cases that might be a 10% pay increase, but they are going to be brought closer to market as we possibly can. If you have individuals or classifications that are between 10% below and 10% above, they would receive the 5%. Any employee that is over 10% of being at market or over market would receive a 2% pay increase. And so we based off of that survey that was done and handed out to us by the Department of Administration on job classification and where they are market-wise. So that's my motion, seconded by Representative Francis, discussion on the motion. Representative Owens.
Thank you. So just for clarification, do we know which agencies have a different type of pay plan or pay structure that this wouldn't apply to?
According to the governor's explanation, I think that we have the information, but do we have agencies offhand that are still in a pay progression plan?
Yeah, they'll largely be public safety and law enforcement agencies. So, for example, those KBI, the Career Progression Plan, that's an independent plan that would.
Oh, and if this is okay with the second, I'm going to make a change. I forgot to add this.
Sure.
So is the Department of Corrections and the state employee hospitals included in a pay and progression plan?
The employee hospitals, I believe they are, yes.
They are in there.
I don't think so.
I don't know if the state hospitals are.
I don't think corrections is either.
Let's see.
So I would say regardless,
Corrections is not.
for Department of Corrections and the state hospitals, they receive, all employees receive a 5% pay increase, but we also need to have the state hospitals and the state Department of Corrections start looking at their facilities in a more market perspective, because each market that they're in is different. Larned is different than Osawatomie and different than Parsons. Ellsworth, Norton, El Dorado, they're all different. And so that would be the thing. They get a 5% pay increase this year. Next year, we would like to have it be more market driven. Is that okay with the second? All right. You can have that with LBC. They can address it with the Legislative Budget Committee. Representative Owens.
Just wanted to follow up for a second. So I know in the past we've talked about highway patrol pay, but they have. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm hearing an echo and then I hear you yell Dylan. But do they have a pay progression plan already, the Kansas Highway Patrol?
Highway Patrol does, yes.
They do have. Okay, so they would be exempted from this as well.
And so I guess the other ones that we probably should, legislators would be exempt because we're having the commission. I don't know if you classify that as a pay progression plan, but legislators, teachers, and then obviously I believe I already put in there the first condition that if you received a pay increase in other parts, you would not be subject to a pay increase again, and the employees of the schools for the blind and deaf receive that.
Another point.
Representative Owens.
Sorry, just trying to make sure I understand. So one of the other things I think is already passed in the corrections budget, though, but it retains the differential pay program that was implemented during COVID. That is continuing on, and your 5% request adds on top of just the 5% base.
Yes.
Okay, and can you confirm that that piece was still in there?
I believe it is. I can. Let me see. I believe it is.
Okay.
I'll follow up if it is otherwise.
I believe you're correct. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
35 million. I know when with excluding the Department of Corrections and the state hospitals, but I think we also had. I have to ask Jeffrey, but I think we had we had the judges included in that, and the fiscal note was 26. We did not have the judges. So at that point, it was 26 million. SGF. That does not include all funds. So by adding there'd probably be less than 200 million total. But we can get a fiscal note. Oh, that we didn't have a discussion on. It's not included in the original motion. Representative Alcala.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand. So you're trying to level the playing field the best you can. So with, I got that chart that you passed out when you brought up the market study and where we were at. So on Highway Patrol, and I don't know what that number is, but I know most law enforcements, after there's a blanket increase, they also get steps over three or four years that could grow to be a big percentage outside of what we give them. So would it be an exaggeration to say that they could possibly be at a 30% salary increase over a period of time with the blanket?
Well, they wouldn't be included with this because they're in a pay progression plan.
So they would be considered pay progression?
Yes.
Okay, so they wouldn't even get the basic. They'd stay on the plan they're on because they make more money.
Correct, right.
Okay, great, I understand, thank you.
Representative Francis.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to commend you for putting a plan out there. You know, I think one of the biggest problems we have is we do have a lot of employees that are under market. Often in the legislature and government, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and I think you're trying to address some long-term issues, and I appreciate the attempt to do something across the board and fix long-term problems.
Thank you. Representative Ballard.
Thank you. You know, I had a forum over the interim, and that came up with would they get an increase, and we said yes, but we want to be able to give those that need it the most and do it in a fair way. And by listening, and I wrote as much down as I could, I think you have proposed that in this, that we address those people that really need it, those that are really below market value, and we need to get them up if we're going to keep them in the workforce. And at the same time, those that are in that progression, you're already been getting it. Because if we raise everybody always, those that have more will always have more, and the others will never get to that point, and I think they know that. So this, to me, is fair, but as we know, regardless of how we put it, somebody will always have a problem with it, and they will always criticize it. But at least this is making an attempt to recognize those that really need additional funding in order to make a difference. And I think with this, we are addressing that workforce need. Thank you.
Well, and that was one of the things when we had the special committee was the positions that are under market, severely under market. And they could go into the private sector and get a job in a minute, and then it'd be difficult for us to recruit. So we have to think of it as if we want to try to recruit the best talent, we need to have the right pay. Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. Would this be the time I would like to talk to you about some of the salary disputes in the Department of Ag that we kind of put to the side when I did my report out? Would you want to go through that now or just wait till we get into Ag?
Well, some of those were added positions, were they not?
Yeah, one of them, it's a $1.5 million ask. It's got $543,544 for salary and wage enhancements for 49 existing FTEs and so on. But I'll go through this whole thing with you if you'd like it now. I will.
Well, we probably, Stephen?
It's on here. At the bottom of page 20 to the beginning of 21 is the item that Representative Corbett is referring to.
Okay. So if they're not part of a pay progression plan and they were asking for a pay increase, they'll be included in the pay plan. And then we would just need to address items that are not in there based off of the different criteria steps in the pay plan.
Okay. And I've got a couple other things too, but we'll get on down to Ag.
Right. Representative Francis.
But again, I think that's why this is a good motion that you've made is you've said we're going to bring everybody up to within 10% of market rate, and then they can get 5% on top of that. So rather than look at industry or agency by agency and we pick and choose winners and losers, it's a more holistic approach. So again, I think that's why this is a good plan.
Representative Alcala.
Thank you for letting me speak again. So just for clarification, I think I get it, but I'll use employees that are making $14, $15, $16 an hour, and they're below the market numbers. So they would get the increase that would put them 10% below the market numbers, but they would get the 5% increase in salary, so it could end up being a 10% increase in wages. Is that correct?
Ask that again.
So say custodial staff, say they're making $14, $15 an hour. According to the market study, they're way below that. So they would get within 5% of the market value. And would they still get the 5% increase?
No, they would be brought up.
They would brought up. So
they
they
would be brought up, and then not have 5% on top of it because they're going to get more than a 5% pay increase.
Yeah, I just got to make it just a comment. That concerns me the most. We got people that have been here a long time, very limited income, education. They can't just go get a job somewhere else, but yet compete in the open market. But that's I couldn't live off of 17, 18 bucks a month. I mean, it's tough. And so, but they've been here for so long. So if it addresses those issues, I'm good with that. And that's why I want to get clarification. I think that's a fair proposal if it brings them up that much. Thank you.
And also in regards to state employees, I did want to make a point that it does include the Revisor's Office, Kansas Legislative Research, Legislative Post-Audit, and Legislative Administrative Services. Those employees with the legislature, is just legislators, are not getting that pay increase because we have that study that's going to be going on. Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question from your previous statement there. So if somebody is 11% underpaid, they're only going to bring up to 10% underpaid? Or
Yeah, but we didn't have
everybody
anybody at
automatically
11.
get 5%?
It was further than 11 or that short amount. So if you were under market, you were more than 5%.
So everybody gets at least a 5% pay raise, even if they're just 11% under.
Yeah, but I don't think there was any employees that were 11%.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion on the pay plan? Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on the agencies that were exempt, would that be the entire agency that would be exempt, or would that just be the employees that had the career progression plans? You know what I'm saying? Like if there was an employee that was 20% under market value,
It's
but their
just if
agency
that
was
employee
exempt.
type is in a pay progression plan, not the whole entire agency.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the pay plan? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close, and I will probably say there will be tweaks that'll need to be made because we're discussing this, and it's common that with a pay progression, I'm not going to say pay progression plan, with a pay plan that there needs to be tweaks that we may have to iron out. So with that, I close. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. So, Stephen, going on to the other items in regards to state employee pay, on the subsequent pages, are there any that we need to address? Obviously, we've talked about the Department of Ag. Representative Corbett.
We've talked about the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. That item listed in here is a continuation of their career progression plan. This is just a funding portion of it.
But they also received something in regards to surge, too. Didn't that happen with pay?
Yes.
Okay. So that would also constitute as being any type of pay increase outside of the pay plan, they wouldn't qualify.
I'd need to follow up and check which employees specifically are impacted to make sure that there aren't any that wouldn't be captured by any surge monies.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, the other item of note would probably be two items. The KDHE, those items are for, let's see. Salary adjustment plan specific to positions in the Medicaid program as well as to health facility surveillance program. Apart from that, I believe the remainder should be captured by the chair's salary adjustment plan. EMS? Oh, yeah. My apologies. C-Post as well. The Kansas Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Trainings, which you'll see on page 20.
Okay. Well, and that was an issue last year, wasn't it? Okay, so yeah, we want to make sure the legislative intent is followed last year into this year's bill as well, in regards to C-Post. So let's, before we get too ahead of ourselves, since that is the next item, Representative Corbett, in regards to Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Chairman. So when we did our report out there was a couple of things that we didn't have enough information on, and we've kind of got it now. And if you've got just a minute, I'll go through it. We went through the water appropriations. They had $702,015 for SGF. We went through the 49 existing FTEs, but they're requesting 2 FTE positions with an average salary of $54,000 plus benefits. The problem is there's approximately 188 pending applications and over 1,000 water permit applications statewide. There's not enough people. They're running about 18 months behind.
She wants us to wait till page 33, or do we do it now?
I'm here.
So, Representative Corbett, are these on here the increases that the Department of Ag has asked for as far as pay?
Yes.
Okay, well, I would say we probably just addressed that with the pay plan.
Okay. And
even though the percentages are, they were asking more than 5%. I mean, if we're going to start nitpicking every single.
I just want to make sure we get.
But you're wanting on page 33?
Yep.
That's a different research analyst. So we'll hold off. All right, Stephen, anything else in regards to pay?
No, I believe I've mentioned it all.
Okay. Then we will go ahead and move on to Kansas Public Employees Retirement System.
All right, you'll see this on page 23. Item A is HB 2196. This bill is now law, or this bill has been signed by the governor. This is the bill for KPNF affiliation as well as expansion of the deferred retirement option program. The description in this item reflects just the CAPERS portion to administer and enact this bill. For that specifically, CAPERS requests about $166,000 in expenditures. This all comes from the trust fund. CAPERS also requests an additional 2 FTE positions. About one of these FTE positions would be for a permanent benefits analyst position. The salaries and benefits would be somewhere around $75,000. About $70,000 would be, and 1 FTE position would be for a temporary benefits analyst position to assist with enrollment tracking, education, and so on. And the remaining $20,000 would be to make updates to the CAPERS information technology systems to get their systems up to date with the expansion of DROP and to affiliate Wildlife and Parks employees with KPNF. Would be happy to answer any questions on this portion of the bill at this point.
All right, any questions for Stephen? Is there any intent by the committee? Representative Corbett.
Stephen, on the question on the retirement, the first year it comes out of fee funds, and the second year, where does the funding come from?
Yeah, so the portion described here is just the cost to CAPERS, the agency itself. The amount you're referring to will be reflected in the Wildlife and Parks portion of this memo later on. You're referring to the unfunded actuarial liability payout. Yeah, that'll be reflected later on. Luke will cover that.
And that was the way the bill was passed, wasn't it?
That's correct.
So, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I question the need for the FTE, I do know the need for the DROP program. This is something that our law enforcement agencies have made a high priority because this allows members to still be engaged and to be employed after receiving retirement. And a number of other things will be beneficial to our lack of law enforcement in the state. And so I will make a motion that we accept item A.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the motion. All right, seeing none. Representative Owens, you may close.
Close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Now, item B.
Item B is HB 2100. This is the Kansas Public Investments in Contracts Protection Act. Otherwise, it's the ESG bill. This bill has, the governor has allowed it to become law without a signature. The The expenses associated with it are detailed on the page. Capers indicates that they require an additional about $915,000 in expenditures to enact this bill, as well as one FTE position. So this breaks down to about $750,000 for proxy voting services and about $165,000 and one FTE position for a permanent investment officer to help administer the act. On the subject of FTE positions, it may be worth to note that Capers has a little under 100 FTE positions. Nearly all of them have been filled for the better part of a decade plus. They've been fairly consistently filled across time. So their vacancy rate is really very low and usually occurs with temporary employees.
All right. Any questions for Stephen? All right. What is the discretion of the committee? All right. I'm not seeing a motion. So do we need to include anything or?
Capers indicates they need this additional funding to enact the bill. So it is the will of the legislature what it wishes to do.
I see no motion. I don't think we're going to act on this particular item. You may move on to the Kansas Department of Labor.
Sure thing. This item A is detailed at the bottom of page 23. This is an additional item of consideration. This refers to the contract that the Unemployment Compensation Improvement Council has with Forvis LLC is to perform audit services. The original contract was for a total amount of about $250,000. Subsequent to that contract being finalized, Forvis performed some additional work for the commission that exceeded the terms of the original contract. These largely involved additional work, attending meetings, fielding requests, and so on. The final dollar amount of that comes to about $23,000, and the agency requests that $23,000 SGF be appropriated to pay off the remaining amounts in this contract.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so a lot of this happened, I don't know if you remember this back last year, but we did audit, and some of the forensic stuff that came back was pretty damning, and the Department of Labor requested that they redact a lot of it, and they'd redacted almost the entire deal because they hadn't fixed any of it. Then we kept asking more and more questions about that, and we got different forms of redaction and then unredaction. And so as we went through all of that, the bill racked up, and we have an outstanding bill of $22,911.23 that still needs to be paid. And so I'd make a motion that we authorize the expenditure to the Department of Labor.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Hoffman. Discussion on the motion. All right, see none. Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Maybe we could call the claims number and see how long it takes them to answer. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. Now on to item number B.
Item B is another additional item for consideration. This refers to provisions in HB 2401. HB 2401 has passed the House Committee of the Whole, and it currently sits with the Senate Committee on Commerce. This is before this committee because the Department of Labor specifically requested two provisions of that bill be included as proviso language in the appropriations bill should HB 2401 not become law. Those two items are detailed on the page. The first is to begin a benefit year on a Sunday for purposes of determining unemployment insurance benefits. The second is relates to amendments to the State Unemployment Tax Act. It would remove a mid-year combining of rates when a business acquires another business in Kansas. And so the Department of Labor requests that those two items be included as proviso language in the appropriations bill should 2401 not pass.
What is the status of 2401?
It's currently with the Senate Committee on Commerce.
And it just sat there?
It's been there since late March, early April.
All right, thank you. Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the bill is in, it's in the Senate, but we made a lot of changes to it when it came to us. We put some language in there for applicants that send in a resume and don't ever reply back, and then they'll be disqualified from collecting unemployment. We got kind of stuck on some things, so we need to wait until next year to pass that. But these two items were something that everybody could agree on that needed to happen, and it doesn't cost any money. Actually, it saves a lot of money by doing it. So we need to include this. This is just for 1 year until we can pass the bill.
Is it a motion?
It's a motion.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the motion. I know what it is. Seeing none, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Now on to item letter C.
Item C is the GBA number 1, item 12. You'll see this on page 9 of the GBA. It relates to the appeals backlog. The GBA is an inclusion of an additional $890,000 from the SGF to address the unemployment insurance and pandemic unemployment assistance appeals backlog.
Okay, any questions for Stephen in regards to the GBA? Representative Tarwater?
I don't have any questions, but this is kind of new. This is kind of new to me. I saw it this morning, and I haven't gotten a chance to talk to the Department of Labor about it. But it appears that, I mean, we do have thousands of Kansas that still have issues that can't call a damn phone number to get help. And if this says a 3-month process for $890,000, all the appeals would be taken care of. It might be worth looking at, but I don't have very much information on it. I apologize.
So are you saying that you wish or you wish not to adopt the GBA?
Go ahead and make the motion.
All right.
Leave it up to the
You've
body.
heard the motion, seconded by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the motion. Representative Landwehr.
Could we make it contingent upon the fact that if they don't, then they lose that money back to us?
Representative Tarwater.
You got 90 days, baby.
Representative Owens.
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, I think we spent like, what, $20 or $40 million on subcontractors to answer phones, and the phone still didn't get answered. So I like the Landwehr amendment.
That's an addition to his. Representative Alcala.
It's just not there. I tried to call the motor vehicle department last week, hour and a half, and they hung up 2 hours the next day to set up an appointment.
Sounds like we have a statewide phone problem. Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In passing earlier this session, I had mentioned to the Department of Labor that was in the Capitol building. I said, it'd be very helpful if you provided a service where the Kansan could leave a message and then could get a call back. Many banks, financial institutions do this. It's regular common practice. But they just said, it's impossible. So I don't know if this could be part of that. I don't know how that fits in, Chairman Tarwater or not, but it seems like that's a pretty common thing just in providing good customer service. But at least the initial conversation I had with them, it didn't seem to be doable. So.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. I think with all the problems we have had with labor, and also the comments that I have heard about one of their staff members being so cooperative in responding to us and everything else, that when we look at this, if she has anything to do with it, then the $890,000 would be well spent if people are getting a response, the same as we have been getting a response when we have called. So I would hope that this would be across the board now with additional funding. They asked for it. Now they need to do their job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on the motion? Representative Owens.
So has anybody made one of the calls into a larger organization where it gives you the option to save your spot in line and then they call you? So I'll make a substitute motion that we do fund this, but that we also implement that system within the Kansas Department of Labor.
Yes.
It's an automated system. Automatically happens. It's just software.
All right, you have heard the substitute motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Corbett. Discussion on the substitute. Representative Estes.
While I love the spirit of what you're saying, having served on the modernization interim, I don't think it's that simple, and I think that solution is one of the things that we were looking at in the RFP, and I think it's part of the goal, but I don't think it's something that can be added easily, and maybe the chairman remembers that.
Representative Owens.
I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion, then knowing that legislation, if my second agrees, that legislation modernization is, but I'm going to make a note to bring this back up next year because I think that is one of, it seems simple on my end, but one of the best things that we can do for our customers, which are our taxpayers, is allow them to get in line and actually get a callback. And to know a roundabout time that callback will occur even. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think with the modernization bill, how many millions of dollars came in from the feds to modernize our system, and yet we didn't do something so basic as that. That is sad that this is the first time maybe we've had a conversation about that. But yeah, I think that's a better use of money than getting $890,000 for more staff.
All right, Representative Estes.
I'm wondering if the chair of Commerce would like more time to talk to Commerce tonight and come back and address this later. If so, I'll be happy to make a motion to table. But if you feel like you know enough, then I won't make that motion.
I would say I don't think we need a motion to table. We can just come back and discuss the item as long as it's still open. Representative Tarwater.
So I think it's a good idea to take care of these Kansans that are challenging their denials. And a lot of them are being challenged because someone else got the money already. And they've filed for unemployment recently, and they're not able to collect because they don't qualify for it anymore because they already paid someone else who stole their identity when we were hacked. And so we've got to help them somehow. I would like, if we're going to be here tomorrow, I'd like to get more information from the Department of Labor to explain it better. But I think from just at first glance, I think it's important to take care of these people. These are going to be trials, and they're going to be sworn statements on you are who you are and you didn't collect the money and things like that. And so I think it's important to help the Kansans regardless of the politics involved.
All right, any further discussion? If not, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. Now on to the Department of Administration.
So on Department of Administration, item A is SB 11. This bill is now law. It relates to the Ad Astra Plaza. SB 11 appropriated the Ad Astra Sculpture Fund, as a no-limit special revenue fund in 23. They would need additional appropriations authority for 24 if the legislature would like for appropriations to be made from that fund in 24. So there are no dollars associated with it. No state dollars go into that fund. It's all to receive funding from other sources. So this would just be to appropriate that fund for 24.
Okay. Why don't you move on to item B?
Sure. Item B, similar situation. This is SB 39, the 1st Kansas Colored Voluntary Infantry Regiment mural. The associated fund is appropriated in 23, and in order for expenditures to be made from it in 24, it would need to be appropriated. Again, no dollars would be put towards it. With this act of appropriation, the department would just need expenditure authority from that fund for 24.
And then item number C.
Item number C is SB 66. For the policy portion, I'm actually going to turn over the mic to Molly Pratt, who will explain the policy portion. Then I'll come back and speak on the fiscal portion.
Hi, Chairman and committee members. My name is Molly Pratt, and I will be discussing the policy implications of Senate Bill 66. Senate Bill 66 began as a bill to enact the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. During conference, the committee added the contents of House Bill 2388, which provides for a centralized electronic record system for licensing agencies. The provision enacting the Teacher Mobility Compact would expedite teachers' ability to attain a license in a different state. The Department of Education believes that the compact will have a negligible fiscal impact on the agency. Senate Bill 66 also requires state licensing bodies to provide paper-based and verified electronic credentials to all credential holders. The law requires the Secretary of Administration to develop and to implement a uniform or singular license verification portal on or before January 1st, 2025. The centralized electronic credential data management system should include an instantaneous verification system in order to instantly verify the authenticity and validity of electronic credentials issued by a licensing body. The bill also requires each licensing body beginning January 1st, 2025 to integrate with the license verification portal in the manner and format required by the Secretary of Administration. Unless there are questions on the policy portions of the bill, I'm going to turn it back over to Stephen, and he can discuss the fiscal impacts.
All right, committee, are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Now back to Stephen.
Hi. The fiscal impacts to SB 66 stem from HB 2388, which was inserted into it, that centralized electronic record system. There's quite a bit to it, but it's all detailed on page 25. So there are three major portions of this that I want to go through. There are the three main bullet points. So the Department of Administration indicates that first, they would need to establish a licensing verification portal. This portal would be for the purpose of verifying and reporting license statutes, such as credentials issued, renewed, revoked, so on. The cost to this is about $60,000 upfront and about $2,000 a month for maintenance. If this were to be appropriated for fiscal year 24, that price tag would come down to about $84,000 for this portion, for the licensing verification portal portion. The second, the enterprise licensing platform portion, this is in conjunction with efforts from the Office of Information Technology Services. This would implement an enterprise-wide licensing platform that would integrate with with various licensing state agencies to connect with so that they could create this centralized database. The agencies you see listed out on the middle of page 25 are all ones that OITS has indicated as needing significant upgrades in order to develop a system that is compatible with this centralized systems. In most cases, these agencies are using things like an Access database or a spreadsheet or a program that isn't easily API compatible with the centralized licensing platform. The price tag for this the estimated price tag for this per agency is about $750,000 upfront to get it set up, and after that, about $50,000 a year for annual licensing fees. For the agencies listed here, that totals to about $5.25 million in one-time expenditures and about $350,000 a year after that for licensing. The Department of Administration, in conversations with them, they've indicated that an alternative to appropriating this money up front would be to delay compliance for those agencies listed here, those agencies requiring significant upgrades, to delay compliance for them by 1 year so that an appropriation at a later date could be made for those agencies. And lastly, there are a number of independent agency costs. In the past couple of weeks, we have reached out to a number of state agencies on any additional needs that they would have to implement the provisions of this bill. The three major ones that we've heard back from are the Board of Pharmacy, the Board of Hearing Examiners, and the Office of the Attorney General. In some of those cases, they've indicated that they need some additional personnel to help administrate the requirements of this bill on the agency end. And additional details you can see for that are detailed on the bottom of 25. But should this bill is now law, so should the legislature wish to put funding towards it, there are a number of options available to you.
So with the exception of the 3 items from the independent agency costs, all of the others was included in Senate Bill 66?
So that funding is not included in Senate Bill 66.
It is not included.
So there would need to be an additional act of appropriating that much funding.
What was appropriated in Senate Bill 66?
Nothing was appropriated in Senate Bill 66. It was just an implementation.
This is just what's
policy.
needed to comply with
Correct.
Senate Bill 66. All right. Because I was going to actually make a motion to accept item A, B, and the provisions of Senate Bill 66 up until we got to the independent agency costs. I just think that could be excluded as part of my motion. Representative Sutton, are you seconding or? Second first. All right, second by Representative Sutton. Discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have been funding websites, integration into OITS, new data storage for the last 5 years. So I'm really, really shocked to hear that somebody's still using paper or Excel or Access or whatever other nonsense that is being claimed here. We've been spending this money for 5 years. I want it back if they're not actually utilizing it to modernize their computer system. So which one on this list, the Board of Accountancy, Board of Barbering, so on and so forth, who's still using paper first off? That's the money I'm going after first.
I don't believe any of them are using paper.
You said spreadsheets, so is it Excel? Who's still using Excel?
If you give me a second, I can give an answer for you.
Yeah, WordPad. There you go. That's good. Yeah. Well, it certainly wasn't being spent the way it was claimed.
See, the Board of Barbering has been indicated. We are made aware that Board of Barbering uses an Excel spreadsheet. If you have questions on which agencies use Access, the Dental Board does, Board of Accountancy does, Board of Mortuary Arts. The remainder use old versions of various pieces of software, like old versions of a program called RBase, old versions of a system called eGov.
Just serious.
These are all just systems that aren't API compatible with the centralized platform that the Department of Administration says is necessary to implement this. So those are all just on the list because the methods of keeping track of licensing aren't compatible with the system.
Excellent. I think the chair of General Government Budget and I are going to have an excellent hunting expedition going on. Probably can't do it this year, but I want that money back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Landwehr.
What's wrong with Excel?
Well, I mean, we can start with security. If you want to start there. Sorry, my mic is off. We can start with security if you want to go there. Secondly, for integrating it into the state computer system, Access is not going to be the way to do it. And then we also don't want to interfere too much with the licensing costs of using a Microsoft-based product. So, I mean, there are a whole bunch of reasons not to use Excel or Access is a nightmare. Don't even get me started on that thing. But yeah, there are a whole lot of reasons not to be using Excel for our keeping track of our licensing.
Any further interesting discussion? All right, seeing none, I will move on my motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Stephen, your last item is a GBA.
Before I move on, could I clarify the committee's intent motion on item C? Is it to just add the funding for the licensing verification portal as well as the enterprise licensing platform, but not the independent agency monies? Okay, understood.
You're correct.
And lastly, item D is GBA number 1, item 17. This is on, there's an error on our printing. It's on page 11 of the GBA list. This is the Kansas resident tax rebate. The total amount of it is, I believe it's $820 million from the SGF to provide a $450 rebate to eligible Kansas tax filers in the 2022 tax filing season.
All right, I didn't hear this one on the GBAs this morning. I was not in favor of it last year. I'm not in favor of it this year. But that's just my personal opinion. Representative Helgerson.
Mr. Chairman, I understand your unhappiness with it. Governor would like to see this proposal as a tax reduction. My fear is that we're going to get out of this session without any taxes being passed and given to the general public. You missed the profiles, but I'm sure you've been provided the profiles before. This gives us the opportunity of giving immediate tax relief with the opportunity of still having reasonable lending balances in the out years. So I'd make a motion that we accept the governor's GBA.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second, Representative Ballard. Discussion on the motion. Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Helgerson, with something like this, what would that do to inflation in Kansas?
Representative Helgerson.
Not being an economist, I can't give you a direct answer. But I can also tell you it would be a stimulus to the economy as the state. Because you'd have $820 million wouldn't be sitting in our coffers. Or, I think that's 820.
Total, yeah.
That would be used as money that could have been given earlier, last year, etc. Right now we have passed pennies compared to what we should have been passing in tax relief. I think that this is only appropriate. And I think the state, according to what the Department of Administration has provided, can weather this kind of a distribution.
Representative Landwehr.
Mr. Chairman. My concern is, and I don't know the exact numbers either, Representative Helgerson, but I do know enough to realize that this would create a massive inflation issue for the state of Kansas on top of what we're already dealing with on a federal side. So that's one of the reasons to oppose it.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may not have heard my words as I spoke about this concern a little bit earlier, but I do have a question to the maker of the motion, to my good friend from the left.
On this one.
On this one. Does this do anything to eliminate food sales tax early?
No.
Does this do anything to eliminate the Social Security cliff?
No.
Does this do anything to reduce property taxes?
No. Except that it gives the people the opportunity of making those to substitute the sales tax they're paying on food, because we haven't passed that bill, so they have the cash to do that. You know what? You've asked me. Gives them the opportunity to pay those property taxes that we haven't addressed. It gives those individuals on Social Security the opportunity to say, well, I still have to pay the taxes of my Social Security, but here's some money in exchange. All those, I don't disagree that the tax bill that we passed is not needed. My fear is that we're going to walk away from here without putting money in the pockets of the taxpayers. And this is an opportunity, a fail-safe position to do. And believe me, if this would happen to pass with some wild opportunity, there's 4 votes on the conference committee that'll pull it out if you get the votes to pass the tax bill. So I want to give tax relief. And you know me well enough.
I do.
That's one of my goals. And I've been frustrated on the tax committee, and I've been frustrated in here, and you've heard some of that frustration. So I didn't endorse the governor's proposal initially. In fact, when it was said last year, I didn't like it. But I think the JG's proposal was we had a $3 billion surplus, and I like the idea of putting money back in the pockets of the taxpayers. Sounds Republican, doesn't it?
Man, I'm going to have to move you to my right before long. I like this. So I appreciate your honest and forthright answers, but the reality is, in my mind, I think this state needs long-term sustainable tax relief. And contrary to the statement that you said just a second ago, the legislature did pass that. Unfortunately, it wasn't signed, but I am absolutely confident that when we go back into session, that we're going to do what is necessary in the House, that we're going to override this veto and provide that tax relief to the citizens, and that a one-time payment is not near as good as long-term sustainable tax relief that is provided in that bill. Thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
Yeah, and I've known you a long time, Representative Helgerson, and I get that. The problem is the governor that considers herself middle of the road should come to the table and decide to meet with people instead of dictate her view instead of the view of 165 legislators in the House and the Senate. And I don't see that happening. You know, she ran a lot of ads, spent a lot of money saying, I'm the middle of the road governor. And I'm not seeing the middle of the road.
Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. If this would happen to pass and you go back home and you say, instead of giving you any tax breaks, we're going to give you about $800 of your money we stole from you last year. That just doesn't seem to sell well where I live, so I'd have to be against this one, but we need, I agree with everybody else. People in Kansas have waited a long time for some good tax legislation, and I hope we get it this year. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Helgerson, you may close.
Well, I have to tell you, I never envisioned myself proposing $820 million anywhere in this session. But my fear that we're going to adjourn and we won't have a viable long-term tax reduction plan. And you can blame it on the governor. You can blame it on the legislative leadership. You can blame it on the weather. The bottom line is we should make this our first priority. And, you know, as I said earlier, if this would pass, and in 2 days from now, you override the governor's veto, you can always pull this out. But I can't see the conference committee probably putting this in. I move the motion.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. Motion fails. The GBA is not adopted. All right, looking at the next item that we have, that could be quite lengthy. So I apologize to Molly if she's in the room that we're probably not going to go into the Kansas Department of Education right now. We will hold off and we will do that tomorrow. As everybody is aware, tomorrow is pro forma. I think the House is going in at 9 a.m. So we'll probably start here in committee at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Okay, so until tomorrow morning at 9:30, we are adjourned.